generals, the leader of white people, Hitler, said this about the history of Europeans and Germans specifically. Why do we call the whole world's attention to the fact that we have no past? It's bad enough that the Romans were erecting great buildings when our forefathers were still living in mud huts. Now Himmler is starting to villages of mud huts and exuding over every dirt and stone axe he finds. We really should do our best to keep quiet about this past. Instead, Himmler makes a great fuss about it. The present-day Romans must be having a laugh at these revelations. So I just want Daniel to know, my guy, you have no history, right? You have no history at all.
Conquer people.
You finally got a history in the 16 and 1700s. That's it.
I mean, there's no script that comes from them. Their entire script comes.
You didn't even invent agriculture. You couldn't do anything without other people coming into Europe and showing you.
Conquering.
You didn't even have soap, Daniel. You couldn't even bathe yourself or get clean water.
Wait, what is Daniel's background, Uchiha?
He's a Caucasian.
He's an Aryan.
Yeah, and that's. But ancestral guys, the fact that white people call themselves Caucasians. Let's do a little statecraft here. This is how statecraft worked. One person speak at a time. That's called statecraft, so that we're able to be productive. So I'll introduce you to it. But my ancestors built the aqueducts. So
your ancestors had sex with animals.
So you're Turkish? Are you Turkish?
I have sex with animals.
Are you Turkish?
Amazing.
Are you Turkish, Daniel?
No, look, I mean...
He's not Turkish. He's coping.
It's true that all of the people who left Africa about 70,000 years ago were admixed with Neanderthals or Denisovans or both. That's true of every population that left Africa. But it's also true that that's basically where all the major changes in human technology and so on occurred following that departure. So much of it occurred in the Middle East. All those people are admixed. A lot of it did occur in Europe. A lot of it occurred in other parts of Asia, Central Asia, the Far East. All of those people are admixed.
Yeah, the mixtures of biology really don't matter. Europeans basically create a continuity of history somewhere between the idea of the Caucasians. Are you gonna let me finish speaking, Jason?
Well, whether it matters or not, it did happen.
Yeah, fine. I agree with you. It's true, but it still doesn't matter as far as anything else. Europeans created continuity of history somewhere between the Caucasus, Caucasians, the Greeks, the Romans, some Turkish history, and then they boxed it up and said this is what quote unquote white history is in the West. And they flattened out and erased other people's continuities of history and are telling other people that they can or can't, blah, 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 do whatever they want to do. That is the history. There's a book written about it called The History of White People, actually. And it goes into the details of how these sort of fake histories were created and used as a tool in Western society.
Yeah, but answer this question. Why is it that one half of Europe was able to do it and the eastern half was not? If whiteness is what it means to be advanced, why is it that Western Europe was advanced in their whiteness, but Eastern Europe was not? And they're all white.
Because that's a falsehood, right? The Western Europeans actually see Eastern Europeans as Asiatic, and they see them as Asiatic.
That's not true. They do not see Polish people as Asiatic.
No, they do.
They don't see Macedonians as Asiatic.
They see them as being like the descendants of what's
no, because what you guys are doing is devolving into.
I'm not devolving.
Because you need to understand. You need to hear this from somebody who understands.
see them, Western Europeans, in all of their in a lot of the literature that you see the British write about Polish and Russian and Ukrainian immigrants into Europe. They say that they're Asiatic. One of the reasons why Hitler was going to kill off all of the Slavic people was because he saw them as having too much quote unquote Asian blood, right? Like this is part of the history, the continuity of the Western Europe.
Let him finish. Why do you keep interrupting, dude? What's going on?
I don't know why you're standing up for nonsense now.
I'm not standing up for nonsense.
Yes, you are.
No. So
because the answer is very clear.
The Romans didn't even see them as the same people. What are you talking about? So you just wrong.
And the Romans, in their own way, were savages.
And they were barbaric. It was like
but you guys believe that you guys are trying to make it out to be that white people have a monopoly on what it means to be human.
We know white men everybody on what it means to be white.
Yeah, look, I think there's some good questions in here. One is Gildas' question, why did Western Europe, which shares so much genetically and culturally with Eastern Europe, turn out so differently? Even within Western Europe, there are big differences in outcomes. You know, English institutions went much further than many other Western European countries' institutions, right? And yeah, those are good questions.
Why do the Prussians do a Holocaust and the English do not?
Right. And the Prussians are gone, by the way. The Prussians were not able to stabilize their society and didn't persist and tried like 3 times to get democracy right and then imploded several times. The English had continuity for at least 800 years, more. And so, I think there's very big differences in outcomes even there. But I think there's like a larger takeaway, which Gildas is hinting at, which is all of this stuff is like the last 1,000 years or so. There's not even a lot of genetic evolution that occurred in that time. So if we're thinking that there's like these big genetic differences and that explains, something here, it is not, it certainly doesn't explain everything. It explains some things, right? Resistance to disease is a factor in the conquest of the New World. That's something. Okay, the ability to metabolize milk, that certainly helped some population.
We're not addressing the elephant in the living room here, and I think it's that why is it that we see the world around us shaped by white people? Why do we see that the power dynamic globally is dominated by white people? And we see the subjugation of dark people at the hands of white people. And that's the real question. And why is it that we see that? Is it just a contingency of history? Is it something that happened? Or is there something about white blood that has sort of the cream rises to the top of a social Darwinist? And I think that, what we do see is clear evidence of social Darwinism.
And if you want to survive on that route, you would have to ask yourself.
You're gonna have to hold your horses, right? You're gonna have to hold your horses. Why is it that we see a world that is dominated by white people? Why? And that's the question for the inferior people.
Well, again, you would have to ask, why is it that white people get so upset when Jewish people surpass them in their own societies? This is not a question about blood.
It is not.
Thank you, Gildas. I was waiting for someone to say that 25% of Nobel Prizes are won by Jewish people. And so his argument that it's the white race, because we don't always necessarily consider ourselves white, but we do hit the highest percentage of Nobel Prizes and also some of the top collegiate major scholarship. And by the way, I also came up to say that Flava Flav happens to be a friend of mine, and he plays 12 instruments and is actually incredibly talented. And he also sponsored an Olympic team in this past Olympics. So to trash him, I came up to tell you his name is William Drayton, and he's a lovely guy. And
And
You
all
mischaracterized.
is that people who take advantage of a society that allows for individualism, you don't know who will rise to the top. But if you allow people to rise up and you have a free society, you can have Black CEOs, you can have Jewish venture capitalists, you can have Chinese inventors. But the things that you guys are arguing for, specifically you, Daniel, believing that it's just the white man who pushes society forward, that has been proven wrong over and over again. You guys have fought wars against each other that have come to nothing. The 100 Years' War, et cetera, when you guys were trying to take back Islam from Jerusalem during the Crusades, it came to nothing. You just shed blood for no reason because you believed in invisible gods.
But y'all both missed that.
But it's only in the context. I'll say this and I'll land if I'm allowed to. It's only in the context that you give individual rights to people. And then you'll see all sorts of people from various races contribute to the greatness of humankind.
Nah, that's disingenuous, bro. Yeah, I think that we can just. The question was never even broached or brought up. The idea is, the question is, why do we see? Look at the complexion of global power, geopolitical authority, cultural authority, and we see that it's primarily a white thing. Power is white, as far as we can tell, and we don't know why that is. So the question would be, why is it that whites tend to be in power while darker complexioned people tend to be subjugated and at the whim and the tyranny of white men, and the humiliation that they must feel. So it is humiliating for many dark-skinned people to be under the thumb, so to say, of white folks. And I can understand why people lash out. Don't interrupt. Look, the bottom line is that we have to find out why this is happening, because if it's problematic, we need to find a solution. But as it stands right now, Black people are under the thumb of white people, and they're being humiliated systematically by white people. And why is that the case? Go ahead.
For the same reason why you're humiliated by Jewish people. They run you guys to shit, man.
I want to answer his question directly, but I want to make sure he's done first. Are you done? Good. All right. So it's not anything that, oh, you're superior because of the pureness of whiteness. It's because you guys held systemic power. I mean, since you want to go back all the way since Rome time. And the fact that you guys failed to share your systemic power with other races and other minorities. That's the disparity. It has nothing to do with the pureness or the greatness of your whiteness and who you are. It's the fact that you failed to share your privilege of having systemic power.
Can you guys bring Jason up, please? He has a
speaker. We don't want him here. But no.
Can you do it for the love of great conversation?
Yeah.
Please. This is my only ask.
Okay.
Thank you, Daniel.
Let's hear what Shamos has to say about this. Why is the power dynamic the way it is? Why is white might? And why is black crap?
The Western Hemisphere got technological transfer from Asia about 3,500 years ago. As a consequence of the technological transfer, all of the people and the wealth went to Western Europe. It's slowly ceding away from Western Europe and going to Asia, which has the most population at the current moment.
I can understand that.
think institutions are a pretty strong explanation. Look at Why Nations Fail, good discussion of how much those institutions matter and how they made a difference, you know? And there's inertia in that.
I guess the real question is, why do Jews run white people?
I mean, Jews don't run white people.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. I'm a white guy. Jews aren't running me.
They're running you, bro.
Well, look, I mean,
If the Jews are running people, they're doing a really shitty job.
They're doing a great
Jews
job.
Jews have always been a part of white society. There has never been a Europe without Jews in it. That's just never. I mean, Jews were in Europe 1,000 years ago, before it really could be called Europe, before anything resembling the system of Europe we have today really was present, you know. And then they always served this intermediary role. And part of the reason they could serve that role is because they were not part of any of the European communities. You know, no one trusted them, so they were kind of on the same footing with everybody. There's a long conversation to have there, but it's not like there were white people and then the Jews showed up or something.
Jews are only 2% of the American population, yet they make up 50% of the mod panel of this room. How do you explain that?
Exactly.
It's a conspiracy theory. Oh no.
I think you guys are afraid of competition at the end of the day. And if the Jews are outpacing you, then level up. Don't try and exclude Jews. Don't try and say, oh, Jews can't be in here because they always win. Why aren't you winning above the Jews? Why aren't you studying more than they are?
It's IQ
Why aren't
thing.
you getting your things better than they are?
It's a genetic thing. The Jews are just better than white folks.
No, I mean, when it comes to anyone, why can't you out-compete them? Why do you feel that you need to have strictures in place to ensure that the Jews don't out-compete you? I said, listen, why do you have strictures, not scriptures? You need to put a tariff on them, for instance, so that they can no longer outcompete you and you can keep doing your basic work when they're doing better work. I want a Jewish doctor because an African American doctor who doesn't want to study is not going to be able
But
you know what I'm saying? Like,
we don't know what
I
you're
want a
saying.
Jewish doctor who can perform surgery versus a black doctor who's quote unquote deserves the spot. Yeah, Gildas, you want me to heat up? Because I can heat up.
I want to go last.
I will heat up, but I'm gonna let y'all speak.
One thing
Stop being afraid of competition.
One thing that's interesting about racism is it goes back in the West a long time. Like some of the great thinkers that people look up to, like David Hume, Immanuel Kant, you can find some of the most vicious racists. So, for example, this is from David Hume, the philosopher. I am apt to suspect the Negroes to be naturally inferior to the whites. There scarcely ever was a civilized nation of that complexion, nor even any individual eminent either in action or speculation. No indigenous manufacturers amongst them, no arts, no sciences. On the other hand, the most rude and barbarous of the whites, such as the ancient Germans, present Tartars, still have something eminent about them in their valor, their form of government, or some other particular. Such a uniform and constant difference could not have happened in so many countries and ages if nature had not made an original distinction between these breeds of men. Not to mention our colonies. There are Negro slaves dispersed all over Europe, of whom none have ever discovered any symptoms of ingenuity. Though low people without education will start up amongst us and distinguish themselves in every profession. In Jamaica, indeed, they talk of one Negro as a man of parts and of learning, but as indeed he is admired for his slender accomplishments, like a parrot who speaks a few words plainly. Like, look at the racism that's like even the enlightenment thinkers that are looked up in the West have just like deep racism, baked into them.
Yeah, I mean, you have to do that when you're stealing all the accomplishments of the people in your colonies.
Literally.
Yeah, but your job is to take off from where those Enlightenment thinkers who were mired in a racist medieval past, you have to pick up from that because they're pointing the way to show you that it's not about race. Even if, I don't like Kant, and his anthropology is suspect for sure, but as you progress forward, you can see at least they're pointing you in the right direction. Without the Enlightenment, you would not have abolition. Okay? That's an idea that comes from the Enlightenment. Abolition of slavery. All right, so some of them held slaves. Some of them still believe, I don't know, Phyllis Wheatley is still a nigger. She's just copying shit she saw in Boston. Okay, fine. But pick up the spear and move it forward. And that's where we are now. But for you guys to retreat back into medieval racist ideas and think that that's going to be an explanation, I mean, I don't think you're using the other half of your mind.
You clearly didn't read Cornel West's book, Race Matters.
Cornel West is a democratic socialist and he's broke.
You clearly didn't read that.
To learn from
He's
him.
not a Democratic. He's not a Democrat.
He's a democratic socialist. Yes, he is. I just heard him say
He lost the whole world when they started all that back.
He's a nonsensical socialist. He's a Christian socialist.
Okay, so you're going to scapegoat. So you're scapegoating the book to talk about his political views.
I'm telling you, I heard him speak last month, and I hear his philosophy. He's a democratic socialist, and
So that takes away from the validness of the book. Is that what you're saying?
What is the validity of the book?
You go read it, because obviously.
No, I heard him speak last week. You tell me what's valid.
Wait, you went to a speech or like it was forced on you?
I read his entire reader before I went to made it, and now he's broke. Look him up on Forbes. Look up Cornel West on Forbes.com. All you need to know about Cornel West is on Forbes.com. He's been through several divorces. He's broke because he never paid taxes on his speaking fee.
Yeah,
that is not a man I would look up to. He is not Martin Luther King.
You're taking the turn off the point.
No, I'm telling you exactly what he is.
But look, if you don't tell us something in the book substantive to talk about, then all we can talk about.
Give us something to work with. What is it?
Yeah,
what are his ideas? His ideas are socialism. Plain and simple. He wants to redistribute wealth because he's broke. Look him up right now. There's a 2025 article that goes into his divorce records where he cheated on his wife. He fathered a son with a broad on the side. He's broke. He has no money. So who is he to tell me about how to run an economy?
What does his economic status have?
Because he's a socialist and he wants to redistribute money.
Hold on. You were the main one with Boo Owen talking about, stop talking over me. Now, what does his economic status have anything to do with his thoughts on the critical race theory and how race matters currently in the United States?
Because he wants to redistribute income and he has none income. He's a broke man. He's in his 70s and he's broke. Look it up. I'm not lying.
Sometimes you just gotta say, okay.
Yeah, say okay, but type in Forbes Cornel West, and you'll see what I'm talking about. That man has lost his money because he didn't pay his taxes, and now he's a broke hemorrhage.
Just call him a broke nigger. Just call him a broke nigger. Personally, you're not attacking his stance or his argument.
Well, if he thinks he can solve problems in America through socialist economics, it begs the question, how are his economics working out?
But you had just asked us if we read the book. You didn't say, okay, here's an idea of this, let's evaluate it. So what is an idea you want us to work here?
Okay, so like one of the things that Gildas talks about is he feels like we shouldn't talk about race. Cornel West says that we should talk about race because the thing is, if we talk, it leads to truth, and then truth it leads to understanding. Not saying that we have to agree, but we can understand. And that's the problem. People don't want to have truthful conversations to understand. Gildas, it sounds like, from my opinion, you just want to hide the history and just move on. And just have this strap of the boot mentality. Well, we just got to pick up, and just keep on moving on with what we got. I don't know why y'all keep complaining. We got our 10 cents. Come on now. Well, that has some truth to it, but we also got to talk about the real what happened.
Well, that is a response that is beneath my dignity, and I wouldn't even entertain what you're talking about.
To each his own.
Well,
Hey, Gildas, you rock with Yaron Brook?
Yaron Brook is a good guy. Yes, he's good. I like the Ayn Randians. I like the Von Misesians. I like some of the libertarians.
I would do a brief read from Thomas Jefferson. And since the dawn of history, the Negro has owned the continent of Africa, rich beyond the dream of poet's fancy, crunching acres of diamonds beneath its bare black feet, yet he never picked one up from the dust until a white man showed him its glittering light. His land swarmed with powerful and docile animals, yet he never dreamed a harness, cart, or sled. A hunter by necessity, he never made an axe, spear, or arrowhead worth preserving beyond the moment of its use. He lived as an ox, content to graze for an hour. In a land of stone and timber, he never sawed a foot of lumber, carved a block, or built a house, save of broken sticks and mud. With league upon league of ocean strand and miles under the wind. All right. With league on league of ocean strand, miles of inland seas. For 4,000 years he watched their service ripple under the wind, heard the thunder of the surf of his beach, the howl of the world that lie beyond, yet he never dreamed to sail. He lives as his fathers lived, food, worked his wife, sold his children, ate his brother, content to drink, sing, dance, and sport as the ape.
Okay, are you talking about Africa or medieval Europe? Because they sound the same. The peasant in Europe was in the same condition as the Africans that you want to point out as the highlight of the backwardness of humanity. It was the same condition in medieval Europe. Go to Romania. Go to the Carpathians. They were living the same kind of way. It's not exclusive to black people. And the fact that you want to try and highlight black people as if they're the only ones who were backwards, this is the condition that humankind was in prior to the Enlightenment.
I got a verse for you.
Any person who partook in the Enlightenment, black, white, red, yellow, green, or blue, made advances. And insofar as we can continue to do that today, we don't need to worry about the history of how backwards all humankind was. But if you want to make it about all black people, that is racism, man. Everybody was backwards. Jews, white people, Japanese people, they all were cannibals at some point.
Brother, I got you. I got one. In 1530, in England, under the reign of Henry VIII, a vagrant picked up for the second time was whipped and had an ear cut off, or half an ear cut off. Taken for the third time, he was to be executed as a hardened criminal and enemy of the common weal. 72,000 vagrants were thus executed during that reign. In the time of Edward VI, if anyone refuses to work, he shall be condemned as a slave to the person who denounced him as an idler. The owner of such a slave might whip him, chain him, brand him on the cheek and forehead with the letter S for slave. If he disappeared for 2 weeks, if he ran away a third time, he was executed. The master can sell him, bequeath him, let him out on hire as a slave, just as any other person, chattel or cattle. If the slaves attempt anything against their masters, they are also to be executed. Justices of the peace on information are to hunt the rascals down. An idler caught on the highway was branded on the chest with a V for vagrant and returned to his native city, whose slave he became, doing municipal work without pay, held in irons. I'm describing where Daniel's people come from, England, Europe. If he gave the name of a false city, he was nonetheless made its slave, marked with an S. Inhabitants of the said city were allowed to take possession of his offspring, present and future, and keep them as apprentices until the age of 24 for boys and 20 for girls. God damn! Oh, this shit is brutal. The same laws remained in force under the reign of Elizabeth, 1572. An 18-year-old vagrant arrested for the second time was to be executed unless someone will take them into service for 2 years. Under the reign of Queen Bess, rogues were trussed up apace, and in 1 year commonly 300 or 400 were devoured and eaten up in the gallows. Oh my God. The situation was exactly the same under James I. You guys are eating people. Holy shit, this is insane. You guys are absolutely barbaric in Europe, Daniel.
This is not factually correct. They did not eat poor people. The gallows they're saying eaten up in the gallows, they were hung. Okay, the gallows are where you hang people.
They ate slaves. What are you talking about?
They ate the people in the gallows, Jason. I'm just letting you know.
No, they did not eat people in the gallows.
Yes, they did. Okay. Well, I gave my excerpts anyway. You were quiet when Daniel gave his little diatribe, so don't try to with me. I have more. It's pretty brutal. I can get into the Roman.
Yeah, dude, but it's not like other places in the Greeks. It's not like other places around the world didn't practice equally as big cruelty.
It is like that.
The people be if you stole or you disrespected people, you have your hands cut off and killed. That kind of punishment's not unique to the West.
Big ass do this. This is like the biggest cult by Europeans.
Marshall,
everybody did it.
Marshall, this is not theft. This is vagrancy. And what he's referring to is the poor laws. And I'm pretty sure no one was executed under the poor laws. I mean, I actually just spent a bunch of time reading about the poor laws. And yeah, I'm going to go back to the sources, okay, but these are the poor laws of 1601. There's a lot of bad things in them. They restricted labor mobility, but I have never heard of executions under the poor.
Well, I mean, you just have the chronology messed up because I said 1530 and 1547, Edward VI, 72,000 people were executed. 72,000 human sacrifices in Europe under one king.
I want to read you guys something that Immanuel Kant said. The Negro can be disciplined and cultivated, but never genuinely civilized. He falls into savagery of his own accord. So fundamental is the difference between these two races of men, it appears to be as great in regard to mental capacities as in color. The Negroes of Africa have by nature no feeling that rises above trifling. Now, this is Immanuel Kant, considered one of the great philosophers of the West and of Europe. What do you think is going on? Why is someone so bright in other areas of philosophy just such a moron on this matter? Why is he able to be so blinded by his age?
It's because it's in you guys' genes, like Europeans' genes. Like, I'm actually going to protect the Jews on this because it's not the same for you Jews. It's different. This is right now we're talking about just Western Europeans. So the Jews don't count in this. So what Western Europeans, they came up, like under the idea of survival, right? And in order to survive, they have to like steal from other people. perspective comes from a very isolationist, very selfish, very amoral perspective. That's how they survive. So when they look at other people, the only thing they can view is how can we dominate, how can we steal, how can we take from. That's their angle. So when you ask that, it's just, it's in their culture. Like Marshall, for example. Marshall can't drum up his perspective to say, hey, this was just messed up. He believes everybody was the same, every culture is the same. He can't say, you know what? All these cultures were very different. They were not the same. They were not the same. Marshall, it'll be your turn in a second. You can respond later. So people like Marshall, he wants to cope for his ancestors, right? Instead of just understanding these people didn't bathe, they didn't even like bathing. The reason why, look at he's coping now. Listen, he can't stop. He can't stop. See, he can't stop. Look, he can't do it. That's what I'm saying, man. It's just you guys' culture, man. You guys are just uncivilized people. So, look, when you ask Sam why these people could be, here we go. Marshall, what are you doing?
Marshall, what are you doing? The kind of stuff you're talking about happened all over.
No, it did not.
Yeah,
You can respond when he's done, bro. What are you doing?
Yeah, you respond when he's done, Marshall.
You're raising confidence.
Just respond when he's done.
This is another coping mechanism, right? When they say slavery happened all over the world. See, this is how Europeans use language to justify their barbaric behavior. They don't separate culture. They literally try to homogenize an entire continent. Well, it happened in Europe and it happened in Africa. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, Africa it's the most diverse continent on the planet. These are not the same people. They're totally different people. They're not the same people. It did not happen all over the world. It happened in some cultures, in some civilizations. Saying it happened all over the world is just coping language for you to justify your fucking bullshit and savagery. It did not happen all over the world. It did happen where your people come from, where your ancestors came from. It did happen there, not where mine. Yours, though. So just talk about yours.
People are somehow uniquely set upon for evil and barbarous ways. It's kind of what it sounds like you're saying.
Okay, Marshall, how long have you been in the room? Because we didn't start this argument. It was Daniel that started this. He's the one that said black people, all we could do was run around and play sports, and we don't have the capacity to build, I guess, civilizations and XYZ. We're just going tit for tat. So I don't know why you're going to that.
So I am really, it's just an accident, Uchiha, but I happen to be familiar with this era of English history, and I'm not finding any support on anything for execution under the Poor Laws. The first Poor Laws were introduced under Henry VIII. They were gradually refined until you get what was the most durable set, which are from Elizabeth in 1601, right? Henry VI, I'm not finding anything to indicate there were 72,000 executions under the Poor Laws during his reign. I'm sorry, but I think the source you're dealing with is made up, okay, or it is biased in some way. The Poor Laws, to the best of my knowledge, never authorized execution. Many of the other things you're talking about
When
are
did you
not
hear me say
connected with the Poor Laws. What you're
Poor.
describing, the laws dealing abolish the monasteries, because prior to his dissolving the monasteries, the poor were cared for by the monasteries.
Well, I'm telling you they were executed, so
And they were not executed.
No, they were. You're just wrong.
I have spent a lot of time. I would love to find some support for that. I would love to find some support for that. Let me put it that way.
Well, I mean, you haven't refuted anything. But anyway, I told you, like I said, Henry VIII, 72,000 people executed.
No, you said Edward VI, 72,000.
No, I never said Edward. Did I? Let's
go back to your source. Read your source to us again.
I said Henry VIII. What are you talking about? In 1530, I'll read it because you got got the timeline.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
in 1530, in England, under the reign of Henry VIII, a vagrant picked up for the second time was whipped and had half an ear cut off. Taken for the third time, he was to be executed as a hardened criminal and enemy of the commonweal. 72,000 vagrants were thus executed during that reign. In the time of Edward VI, 1547, if anyone, you see, there's a chronology.
I see.
Yeah, there's a chronology.
Well, for the record, I just looked it up, and it says modern historians believe. So there's no consensus on how many that was killed, but I'm reading everywhere from 25,000 to 72,000. And the 72,000 figure comes from historian Raphael Holinshed. So, you got any defeater for that, Jason?
I am actually reading something now. So, you're saying there's an act due to Holinshed? Okay, I can look up his name.
Raphael Holinshed is an historian. He's a historian.
Okay, Raphael Holinshed. Okay. One moment.
Matter of fact, he's a historian from that day, actually. He comes from that time. He's a contemporary person.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, but I guess you guys can believe what you want, but you know.
Well, I think it's going to be edifying, and it really does draw out sort of in vivid ways the distinction between the races in terms of their hierarchy. And this is Voltaire. The Negro race is a species of men as different from ours as the breed of spaniels is from that of greyhounds. They are not capable of any great applications or association of ideas, and seem formed neither for the advantages nor abuses of our philosophy. And this is just another great mind making a comment about the hierarchy of race and white supremacy that we see prevalent within these Enlightenment figures. And I think everything that's being said by these Enlightenment figures is being borne out in real time before us in the comments that we hear from these people that are in our room right now. So,
human sacrifices in Europe. And that's just one area. I'm just talking about England. I haven't gone to Germany. I haven't gone to France. I haven't gone to Italy. I haven't gone to Greece. I haven't gone to Turkey. I can go all over Europe. And it's just staggering the amount of violence, uncleanliness, and just imagine walking. Just imagine walking any.
Just a point of moderation. I feel like you're struggling a little bit over your lips. Is there any way that you could go a little bit slower? Because I'm just hearing two big lips flapping.
Oh, you're hearing two big lips? No. You're hearing me fuck your mother. I'm sorry, Daniel. That's just me fucking your mother.
Why would you say something like that?
I heard she likes black guys.
Where did you hear that from?
I heard it from you. You're the one that asked me to have sex with her. Because white men have been doing that since the time of the Moors. I mean, you can look it up. They were white guys in Europe were asking black dudes in Moorish armies to have sex with their women 1,400 years ago. I have sources on all this too.
How much Negro blood do you have in you, Daniel?
Well, it's not exactly blood.
Yeah. How much?
It's not a lot. It's about 30%, 40%.
Yeah, I could tell you're mad that you got Negro blood and you got some sort of like weird cognitive dissonance based upon that. But let me read to you from Plato. Okay, so this is Plato, and he's documenting a conversation he's having with an Egyptian priest. And here's what he says. in mind, this is the Egyptian priest talking to Plato. You are all young. There is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science, nor any histories of Ori with age. The Egyptian civilization is far older than yours, written down spanning a millennia, far above Greeks in terms of historical knowledge and long-standing wisdom. This is literally Plato writing down his own conversation with the fucking Egyptian priest.
Hey, Tom. So I'm glad that you're airing your dirty laundry. This is how they talk. Just to underline all of the statements I've made, all the great minds who have thought much like me, Kant, Jefferson, Hume, Voltaire, one by one, just grabbing precisely what we see at this very moment.
Which is what exactly?
Just the misuse of
Who are these people?
blacks.
So you think blacks are somehow inferior?
Well, yeah. You don't.
Have you ever listened to
No,
the
man.
conversation?
I grew up in a majority-minority community. I live in a place that's 95% Hispanic and 5% others. So no, not only do I not agree, I find the view repugnant.
Why?
Because it's based on ignorant interpretations about people and people groups. I mean, the idea that somehow blacks are inferior to whites just is belayed by a number of great black thinkers throughout the country's history. So I don't particularly want to get down in the weeds because I have a really, really hard-nosed view, which is you shouldn't be saying it. If you believe that, you should keep it to yourself. Like, we don't need a world in which we have more racism. It's not a necessary thing. Also, being a racist is just, at least in my book, kind of immoral. No, not kind of. I find it to be a character flaw. But you do you, boo.
Yeah, I have a few more things to read, if I may. And this may have been read already, but it's worth reading again. I am apt to suspect that Negroes to be naturally inferior to the whites. There scarcely ever was a civilized nation of that complexion, nor even any individual eminent, either in action or speculation. No indigenous manufactures amongst them, no arts, no sciences. On the other hand, the most rude and barbarous of the whites, such as the ancient Germans, the present Tartars, have still something eminent about them in their valor, form of government, or some other particular. Such a uniform.
Why are you reading it?
What?
I said you've read this one already.
No, Sam has read this, so I want to read it again just to emphasize it. So keep your white mouth shut. In their valor, form of government, or some other particular. Such a uniform and constant difference could not happen. In so many countries and ages, if nature had not made an original distinction between these breeds of men. Not to mention our colonies, there are Negro slaves dispersed all over Europe, of whom none ever discovered any symptoms of ingenuity. The low people without education will start up amongst us and distinguish themselves in every position. In Jamaica, indeed, they talk of one Negro as a man or parts of learning, but it is likely he is admired for slender accomplishments, like a parrot who speaks a few words plainly. The Negro can be disciplined and cultivated, but never genuinely civilized. He falls into savagery on his own accord.
I'm
still confused about what I'm supposed to get out of that, aside from the fact that it's been read now 3 times.
I think you should just, it should bring you joy to hear over and over. I mean, you are one of us. You know?
I don't want to be in the same corner as you. No offense to you. I don't want to be in a racially repugnant corner. You're welcome to your own views. I think they're wrong, but the last thing I want is to be any part of anything with you, in particular because of those views.
I don't hold the view. I just like saying it. I think we should be free to say that sort of thing. I don't actually hold it.
My mission in life is to go around being an asshole. I mean, I can't think of another reason.
No, it's my mission in life is to go around and saying what the fuck I want to say.
Yeah, like I said, you have the right to your opinion. I have the right to not like it and find it morally repugnant.
What's morally repugnant about me reading the ideas?
Well, the more repugnant thing is that you actually believe black people are inferior to white people.
No, I don't, you idiot.
I asked you that specifically, and you said you did.
That's part of the bit.
Well, then don't do bits because they don't catch for me. They go right over my fucking head. It didn't seem like...
Are you autistic, you fucking idiot? I'm saying it to fire people up. It's supposed to... We should be able to say what the fuck we want to say.
Yes, and I should call it immoral if I think it's immoral.
What the fuck is immoral about repeating what people said in the past?
Again, as I understood it from what you had said, that it justified...
Who gives a shit?
But we wouldn't be talking about this if it were not for that view.
Look, stop fucking coddling these people. Just, we can say this kind of shit, they can fire back and say what they want to say, and it's liberating for both of us.
There's nothing liberating about it, Daniel. The problem is you hold the view. That's the issue. That's the discussion. Daniel.
I think it's great. I think people should just say what the fuck they want to say and not be afraid.
Yeah, and then people who disagree with it are allowed to say they disagree with it and find it repugnant. Just because you have free speech doesn't mean you get all positive reviews.
Or that you should use it.
These thinkers that we read for all their other ideas, when you read them on race, become like more racist than you can imagine. Even Khaldun, who's thought of as like the greatest Arab thinker, he said, "Therefore, the Negro nations are as a rule submissive to slavery, because Negroes have little that is essentially human and possess attributes that are quite similar to those of dumb animals." Like, how can someone like Ibn Khaldun be so insightful in the nature of society, but then just be so extremely racist? I just think it's very weird and almost uncanny, and it makes you think, like, what are people that are great thinkers today so wrong about? Just like these great thinkers were so wrong in the past, you know?
Bro, it's very simple, man. So when you take a bit of culture that's been influenced by a supremacist ideology, that supremacist ideology extends to the culture. So in this case, part of it is religion. The religion permeated a particular type of culture. So you have to justify certain supremacist ideologies, like enslaving folks. You have to justify that type of thing. You got to justify, because you got to understand this type of stuff didn't exist before. There were historians before, and it didn't actually exist. You know what I'm saying? If you notice, there's no black historians. You can't go to Ethiopia and look up any Ge'ez writings. You can't go to, people like the Great Zimbabwe Empire or the Great Mali Kingdom, or you can't go to places like that. And they're saying, hey, we're superior to other groups of people because they didn't have those philosophies. They didn't have religions that imposed those type of views. So, I mean, all over the world, they didn't. In fact, I'll tell you, I'll give you another example. The Indus Valley. Let's just talk about the Indus Valley. If you go to the Indus Valley, again, you had I would say white, looking non-Indians coming into the places where Indians actually was, and created a racist, like they took their religion and turned it into a race thing. You know what I'm saying? This type of stuff didn't exist in other places, so.
So I have been trying really hard to get either some confirmation or disconfirmation of the 72,000. So it looks like Hollyshed did say in statistics we have today. Other sources I've read indicate that it's implausible they could have killed that many people, and that court records don't support that. Getting the actual records, though, is really hard. Like, there is a book, like a summary on Archive, a scholarly book, rather, but that book is not, freely available. The laws were, as Uchiha says, there were offenses of vagrancy that could result in execution, and they were made harsher under Edward VI. But it is not very probable that many executions actually occurred.
Wait, hold on. What does that mean? Because I've read anywhere from 25,000 to 72,000. Like the contemporary scholars at the time said 72,000. It wasn't until later that they said, well, maybe it wasn't that much.
The scholars at the time would not have had much data to go on.
No, that's fine, but you made a claim. Your claim was it wasn't that many people. I don't even know how
it's not likely it was that many people. Yeah, because you would need a lot of state capacity to kill thousands of people a year like that in executions. That's what it works out to is 3,000 a year or something like that. The other thing is other scholars you read contemporary to it say nothing about that. Right? Or not contemporary to it, but it's a century or so afterward, right? So if you read Blackstone or Adam Smith, both of them complain about the poor laws. And they both say, look, these policies instituted by Henry VIII to deal with vagrants, and then so on and so forth, extended to by Elizabeth and so on, are terrible ideas. And they're like, and here's why they're terrible. And the thing they don't say is because of a huge number of executions. They say because of the effect on labor mobility and many of these other things that Uchiha did talk about, were relating to the statutes of apprenticeship and so on. But they never actually talk about a large number of executions.
Jason, it's because their work was limited. For example, you mentioned Adam Smith. His work citations is limited in scope. So there wouldn't be.
What would that limit be in a book like Lectures on Jurisprudence?
Specifically to that, it would have been specific to what his aim was. Like his aim wasn't as a chronicler, which is what the first person I told you was. It's a different scope.
No, I don't think that's a fair assessment of Smith or Blackstone because they both. No, it's not a true one. Blackstone is writing about the law. Blackstone is a historian.
I'm talking about Adam Smith.
But Smith also is a historian. All right, Lectures on Jurisprudence and The Wealth of Nations both are histories. And in particular, Lectures on Jurisprudence is a history of the law, just as Blackstone's commentaries on the laws of England are a history of the law. And they certainly discuss many other practical outcomes of policy. So it's a bit weird. Okay, it's a bit weird if there were a large number of executions and they just don't mention them. But there's other reasons to doubt that number, which is it's just a huge number for the capacities of the state at the time. My understanding is that if you look at court records, you just don't find that many executions that could which we can do now. Okay, if you were a guy writing in the 1500s, you cannot go around and collect all the court records from all the parishes of England.
you're going to spend a lot of time on a horse. Okay, today we actually have digitized all these records. So, but to really settle this controversy, I guess we will have to try to find this book. Okay.
I think it's settled for people like me and Sendai, just not settled for you.
It's not really.
I'm okay with taking a contemporary historian's perspective on it.
That's probably a bad idea given the time period. Okay, that's probably a bad idea given the time period.
No, well.
I mean, it's just on its face not a good idea. How would he have ever gotten those numbers? This was.
That's not you not knowing how he got the number is not a reason to say you shouldn't believe the number.
The kinds of numbers people in those eras produced were not very accurate for battle deaths, executions, take your pick.
I would make the same argument for Adam Smith and anybody else.
I'm not. First of all, Adam Smith had access to better records, but second of all, I'm not saying Adam Smith said the number was some other number. I'm saying large numbers of executions just aren't discussed by Blackstone or Smith.
So why would that matter?
Why would it matter? Because it would indicate there was not a knock-on effect socially or economically from a large number of executions that didn't occur.
We're talking about 1530, 1540.
Well, but they are still talking, both Smith and Blackstone are still talking about effects of those laws that are very significant and disruptive economically, socioeconomically.
Sure,
okay, because they had huge impacts.
Wait, but why would? Okay, so to me, you're not drawing like a line from point to point. So you're sort of making an argument that, well, it seems absurd, or it seems it can't be factual because these two particular people don't comment on it. But I don't think you've really established why those two people need to comment on it for it to be valid or invalid, I should say.
I mean, they may have omitted it, right? But there are many reasons to believe it's not factual. I didn't just list one.
Well, the consensus is that tens of thousands of executions.
I also did not find a consensus indicating that. I found a consensus indicating that the number must have been much lower, that court records don't support such a large number, that they couldn't deliver on that if they had wanted to. All right, so I'm not. If you're saying, well, you should just believe Holished writing in the 1500s, that's not a good basis for a number like that. I mean, it actually would have been far easier for someone hundreds of years later to collect all the information in one place.
It sounds like
than it would have been for Holished.
Yeah, like coping. Yeah. Look, bro, I'll say this because I'm looking further into it, and most scholars that I'm reading take it at face value. I'm on Reddit, I'm on Quora. I also looked at a contemporaneous another work, and somebody citing the actual number too as well as a work citation. So look, if you don't believe it, that's fine. I don't really understand. I don't know why you're trying to convince us, though. I mean, if you don't want to believe it, cool. But I don't.
I'm not trying to convince you, but I am coming back here to what I said earlier, because you guys inspired me to go research it. Okay, but yeah, and I mean, you can go to Reddit and Quora and find all kinds of things, but. But yeah, I would love to see some kind of analysis, really, of court records, or because there's going to be, if there's a reason to believe that 72,000 executions occurred, it's not because some guy in 1500 said it happened. It's because you take the court records from a bunch of counties, and then you say, okay, how many of these executions occurred in this county? And what was the listed thing? And
As soon as you look at like, okay, what's the percentage of people that got sentenced to death? Okay, and then how many of them were pardoned? Because there were a lot of pardons for capital sentences in the Middle Ages, okay? And then you say, okay, and what is the population of this county? And now you can start to say, like, okay, how many people in England actually got killed this way? And that's an analysis that, like, that no one in the 1500s probably did, you know? And it would have been hard to do while things were occurring.
Well, hold on. Let me read this, because this is actually pretty disturbing. Sindada might have read this, I don't know, but I didn't hear him. This is what it says. Henry VIII actually redistributed 1/4 of national, 1/4, this is crazy, at the expense of the peasantry. Land ceased to be commonly owned and became privatized. But just as importantly, it says Henry abolished the feudal practice of the aristocracy of retaining men at arms. Peasants who relied on the lords for their income and housing in return for fighting for him in any battle. In this way, Henry automatically made thousands of men unemployed and homeless, as well as making their families destitute. Their existence in such numbers was strictly connected with the disintegration of the feudal system. And it was from here, under the Vagabonds Act of 1530, thousands of beggars throughout England were subject to the punishment of whipping and execution. Yo, bro, this dude is insane. This is like some insane stuff. So he created the poor and then killed them. What's going on?
No, this is not. This again is like, this is super interesting, but when I read about the poor laws and so on, like the biggest problem facing England
Are you saying this is incorrect, what I just read?
I think something here is blown out of proportion, because there was a very large indigent population in England that had been supported by the monasteries. So as soon as Henry VIII dissolves the monasteries, okay, now you have all of these indigents and poor people, right? That's where you get this big problem from. And you're talking about like him disenfranchising some men at arms or something like that. I mean, I don't know what percent of the population they were, but it was very small. Very, very small.
What does that mean? We're saying thousands, so I don't know what you.
Yeah. But like, I guess we can look at what's the population of England in 1530. So,
and by the way,
let's see if we can find that.
Just to be clear, everybody was not. This is what makes it even worse. Everybody wasn't like hanged or killed. Some of them. So that's what it says. Some of them were whipped. Some of them just had their ears cut off. So I mean, like, it's not even. So we're actually talking about a much larger number if we're talking about the punishments in general.
Yeah, potentially. I would love to see something about the ear cutting thing. Maybe that statute should be finable. But yeah, it would be good to know, like, what's the population of England in 1530? Because if you're talking about, like, okay, there's about, ChatGPT says 2.5 million people, okay, which probably is a good starting point, probably safe.
Well, the numbers are probably accurate then, because I'm pretty sure the significant portion of 2.5 million were poor. So this doesn't seem rational.
Well, yeah, but talking about men at arms, okay, like what, like in a medieval society, like 99% of people, more than 99% of people work in agriculture.
We'll just ask ChatGPT. We'll do it real quick. Just ask ChatGPT right now. Hey, listen, like how many people worked in that capacity at the time, right? Where they were kind of like men at arms. Just ask ChatGPT that. Like how many families relied on men at arms?
I was actually trying to work the basis for my claim. All right. So, in a peasant society, an agrarian society, something like 99% of people work in agriculture. More than 99%. Okay. You have 2.5 million people in the whole society. So you have 1% left over. That's 25,000 people. Those are your artisans. Those are your nobles, your people who are not in agriculture. Okay, so you can't have tens of thousands of men at arms in that situation. It's just not plausible. Now, if you relax that 99% assumption to like 98%, okay, you have 50,000 people. So this is a little fuzzy. I gotta say, I mean, to be a man at arms is to be just in a rare place, okay, in medieval England. And so I don't think you could have a large number of disenfranchised men at arms.
Okay, well, I'll say this, because I'm researching how many of these people it was right now. Let me see. I don't know, man. It says some estimates for militia pool, it was hundreds of thousands. So according to ChatGPT,
but the militia pool is not what you want, Al. The militia pool is yeomen who work the land. They aren't employed. The militia is not professional soldiers. That's like not what a militia is. They're yeomen who work the land who also have this requirement that they be deployable within 3 days march of where they live. That's the common law militia in England. Okay, they're not the professional soldiers. So if they lose their job, if they stop being fighters, okay, they don't lose their job, they don't lose their livelihood. Their livelihood is as yeomen.
I don't know. All right, well, look, I'm going to take the contemporary historian at his word until I see some, reasons to really, really doubt it.
You're free to do what you like. But yeah, I think there is a constructive conversation to have here. I think we do have to ask, why have Europeans been so successful relative to other people? And what does that tell us about how to make the world, a good place where everyone's life gets better, right? And maybe Daniel's right. Maybe white supremacy is the path to a better future. We need to reinstitute white supremacy light, and that will make everyone's lives better. It made everyone's lives better over the past 300 years.
It's definitely not true. I don't know. What metric are you using for that?
If you look at the net effect of colonialism, the Industrial Revolution, all this kind of stuff, okay, now like huge numbers of people can communicate with each other that couldn't before. There's just tremendous access to education and resources. People in the most remote places have, cars and mobile phones. So on that, things are better. Some things were very bad, but what if the solution is just smoothing that out rather than abolishing the whole system,
If you had to quantify, just a guess, about how many people died due to colonization, what number would you estimate?
It must have been millions of people.
Of course. How many?
Good Lord, I have no idea.
So do you think that loss of life is worth whatever, conveniences you may have?
No, definitely not. But many, many conquests occurred in the world without there being a net improvement in productivity, take your pick, right? And so when I say there's something about this that worked or whatever, it's what makes it different from catastrophes, conquests, whatever, past, Like, take a look, like,
I think very much the same argument can be made for the Romans. Obviously, before the Romans, people were going around terrorizing people and taking them over and doing all kinds of stuff to them. But not everybody brought with them the Pax Romana, which brought unprecedented peace and prosperity with it.
Pax Romana is a very specific time in Roman period. I would argue Japan had a better one, actually, during the Tokugawa period.
But what brought that about for them? What brought that about for them?
I'll tell you, kicking Christians out and locking the country down.
Not just. I mean, that was preceded.
Like, getting rid of colonialism is how.
No, that's not how that happened.
That's 100% how it happened.
One group consolidated power over all the others. That's how that worked.
No.
Yeah, well, the same is true for the Chinese, right? Like the vast majority of China is colonized by the Han Chinese. They wiped out all of the other like civilizations of China and basically rewrote history to make everybody
they didn't wipe
Han Chinese.
Well, they didn't wipe them out, but they dominated.
This is when I say wipe them out, I don't mean like
no. This
I
is
mean like wiped out the culture.
No. This is different.
Yes, they did.
No,
but hold on, because you're revising.
They imposed their system on surrounding people.
Right, that's different though. So this is a very important distinction. So you can't just cast it off. Wiping them out is completely different from people assimilating. It's just totally different. But first of all, let's get back to the Japan thing.
Wait, what's the difference?
Let's get back to the Japan thing.
What's the difference? Wait, hold on.
The Japan thing.
Yeah, what's the difference between wiping them out?
No, don't take the bait, Al. Don't take the bait. Let's get back to the Japan thing.
Yeah, so no, with Japan.
No, you're glossing over the fact that the Chinese.
Oh,
like,
God.
Let's let Al get back to the Japan thing. Okay, then you can get back to that if you want. But
yeah, so with Japan, so there's a big thing, right? We know. I think it was the Dutch that tried to dominate Japan with Christianity, I believe it was.
I think it was the Portuguese, but yes.
The Portuguese. No, you're right. The Portuguese. Yes, correct. And what happened was Japan basically kicked everybody out. I think they only traded with one group after that, one European group. I can't remember. It might have been the Portuguese or it might have been
It was the Portuguese.
Yeah, okay.
Nagasaki, you get the port of Nagasaki.
Correct. And outside of that, though, they basically locked the country down completely until that white man from America, what was his name? With the gunboat diplomacy.
Commodore Perry.
There you go. There you go. Yeah. And he came to Japan and was basically like, yo, open up this country. But they had the greatest period of peace, right? Basically, in not only Japanese history, I don't even think there's ever been if we just compare it to Europe, I don't think in all of Europe they ever had that long amount of peace. If you compare it to Japan's peacetime. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't. So if you really think about it in that context, they had to kick the colonizers out.
So, I mean, before what's it called? The shogunate, the Ieyasu shogunate, whatever it's called, Tengaku, whatever. The guy right before him, Hideyoshi, he fucking invaded Korea on this Nobunaga, bloody fucking war across Japan, killed so many people. Then his successor fucking went into Korea, killed a fuck ton of people. And then finally, the third guy, Ieyasu, consolidated Japan. And then, once there's a power consolidation, there's going to be peace. But that was, formed in the process of extreme amounts of bloodshed. And I don't know, it's kind of true for all these Pax whatevers. Like, when you have the Pax Mongolica or the Pax Romana or the Pax Americana, there's usually a huge bloodletting right before then so that there's a hegemon that's established,
Well, hold on, Sam. Let me ask you, so how many people do you think, so in India, let's just take the Indus Valley real quick. How many people do you think, based upon historians, Indian historians, right? How many people do you think died from the colonial period in India from the British Empire? Just take a guess at a figure.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, there's lots of huge famines. I don't know how much to give that the how much is a famine caused by the government versus how much is a famine caused by how much is it bad policy versus just famines sometimes happen. So I don't know, but if you're counting the famine deaths, it's going to be 30 million, something like that. If you're not counting famine deaths, then it's going to be I don't know,
anywhere from 100 to 165 million.
Oh, I think that's too high. If you're including all the famine deaths, let's look at that's ChatGPT.
Yeah, absolutely.
How many deaths in all of the famines?
No.
I'm being fair. And all of the famines and all of the wars.
No, you're changing that argument. What's going on?
I'm asking it. How many deaths did the British cause during the Raj and include famine deaths?
No, just say during the colonial period of India. That just.
And then separately, the entire colonial period of India, including the British East India Company. All right.
By the way, I looked up the numbers for Oda Nobunaga. It's not even that many people that died, bro.
Really? What does it say? What's it give?
So they give certain battles, and then when they total all the battles, it comes up to 50,000 total.
Oh, okay. His reputation is much more ferocious than his body count, I guess.
Yeah. And that's all deaths, by the way. The entire death toll.
Alright, still loading. I apologize for the delay.
Yeah, I don't know why Al is also glossing over why he believes these people were not forced assimilated in their cultures, were stumped out of China.
No, I can accept that.
Yeah, and also they did kill millions of people along the way.
Who?
The Han Chinese over time, and then later on the CCP, right? They killed off 100 million of their own people.
Okay, hold on. So you're talking about contemporary times, then? You're talking about within the last 100 years?
No, not even just the last 100 years. I'm talking about over the course of the 10,000 years the Chinese supposedly existed.
Well, everybody keeps exaggerating that damn number. But let me just say this for the record. You gotta give specifics, because I don't really know what you're actually saying. But hold on, I gotta take this call.
Alright, here's what it says for the British deaths. There's no single agreed upon number, but we can bracket it. During the British Raj proper, let's see, famine-related deaths under the Raj is 15 to 25 million, which is about what I said. I said around 30 million. So, and then excess mortality
from poverty under the Raj. Dylan Sullivan and Jason Hinkle use census data and baseline mortality assumptions to associate that up to 50 to 150 million excess deaths between the 1800s and 1920 attributed to British colonial policies. That's really high. Okay, so under the Raj, solidist lower bound, big famines, 20 million, accepting conservative excess mortality estimates on the order of 50 million. If you buy their aggressive baseline, then you get 100 million. That's high, controversial. So around 30 to 80 million. The entire British period, including the East India Company, you start getting between 60 and 150 million. Jesus Christ.
So I'm trying to tell you, man. Guys are, well, it's not you. It's not your people this time, but, you know, these people are pretty...
Oh, I'm Scottish and Jewish, so there's also my people. So, I don't know. I want to look into this. This just seems like... I mean, I can believe that there was huge famine deaths that happened, but they're saying 100 million just mostly caused by famine and disease made worse by extraction, taxation, grain, and policy indifference. Like, do I really think that the British made, via like these economic policies, made poverty so much worse that 100 million people died?
You believe it when they talk about Mao?
Well, that was a major famine. You know what I mean? That was like, but like not. I get what you're saying. That why can't there be a major famine under the British? I guess I would think Chinese communist economic policy decisions are worse than British Victorian ones because the British are like not
cope. So this is cope. I got you. Right.
I don't know if it's. I mean, yeah, it is me trying to explain away data that I don't like because I don't like the idea that they killed 100 million people via their bad economic policies in India. But I don't know. Something about this does just smell a little fishy. Like, first off, just what is the counterfactual? If there was no British involvement in India, would there have been just a massive amounts of wealth such that there wouldn't have been all these people dying of famine and starvation? I don't know. That's like one thing to ask yourself. And then, did British policy decisions really impoverish the Indians so much? Like, usually, it's a wise colonial strategy to like keep your colony wealthy and making money so that you can keep taxing them, as opposed to just like a one-time running, like gun and run or whatever. Like, you just take everything and run. Like,
no, Sam. So at the time, well, actually before that time, so 100 years before that time, I would say more so like let's say 75 years before that time, the most profitable colony in the world was Haiti, right? And they were making so much money from sugar and what was the other? Dave, you there?
Oh, Dave, don't know. That's not his people. It was sugar cane, rice, cotton.
Yeah, and so Sam, they have to literally replace the slaves every 2 years because that's how fast they die off.
Listen, I think that the Caribbean colonies were the most brutal of the colonies.
Yeah, but I'm saying it was also the most profitable at the same time, Haiti. So this is just me kind of,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, that you can be profitable while grinding down the bottom rung. I see your point. I guess there's a difference between exploiting slave labor, which is replaceable, versus like if you're just starving the population generally. Like, I don't think famine. If there was a huge famine in Haiti, I don't think that would help.
But the nature of the exploitation in India was extremely harsh. Like there was lots of things that they instituted. Like, you know, I give an example, even from a religious sense, like a lot of that stuff was switched over due to Britain. Like you guys, well, I don't know, where do you say you're from? You say you Scottish or something. So a lot of
Jewish,
a lot of what they did wasn't like it was like on all levels. It was institutionally, it was religious, you know, it was economic, it was like they had a brutal form of like the caste system. According to many historians, at least right now, they say it became worse under British rule. You know, and the I don't know how true this is, but they say the idea of not being able to change caste systems actually came up from British rule too as well. Now I don't know how true that is, but that's what a lot of Indians like to say today. I'm telling you, man, you guys' history, man, it's pretty, well, not yours, but, you know, people, they might be the devil, man. You know, I'm going to have to turn to the Nation of Islam, man.
It doesn't have to be this way. Just pay the money you owe. And it doesn't have to, like, the world can heal. You just got to pay what you owe. That's it.
Unfortunately, the two people that saved the most people in history are Norman Borlaug and Fritz Haber.
So the one who did the guy that, what they say, he killed millions and saved billions?
that's Fritz Haber. And then he's a Jew. And then Norman Borlaug, not a Jew. He invented high yields grain. He genetically engineered, I think, wheat or rice. I'm not sure. I think it's maybe rice to make it higher yield to just be able to feed the world. We wouldn't be able to feed everyone on Earth that we could currently feed if we didn't do that. So you get these two people that, you know, them alone, you know, those two white boys alone counteracted all the harms of colonialism.
Are you listening to yourself?
I'm just counting the numbers, bro. I'm just counting the numbers.
Yo, this is some white logic right now.
Both of them saved like 1 billion people. So good luck. You got all of the horrors of colonialism, and then you just got two pumped up white boys saving billions. So
I don't receive that. The people I give you an example in ancient Egypt. You know, people in the middle and upper class in ancient Egypt, they lived well into their 70s and 80s. Like the people didn't need like those people to live long lives. The argument for them saving billions is the fact that a certain amount of people was starving worldwide, and therefore what they were able to accomplish, or the guy specifically you're talking about, I should say, was able to save a bunch of starving people, which of course, but the nature of the starvation itself that we're talking about, you can argue comes from the fact that there was massive exploitation in the first place.
Well, my basic view is that, you know how population has always been, like if you look at a world map population, it's like really, really, really flat. And then you get to like the 1700s and the 1800s, and then the world population starts just accelerating like crazy. What basically was happening before that time period was we were living at the Malthusian limits, where, you know, you could try to have 8 kids, but you couldn't feed all the 8 kids, and only like 3 would survive. And that's how it mostly was for human history, that like you had as many kids as you could, and the rest would starve if you kept trying to have more. And then what people like Norman Borlaug and Fritz Haber did was allow us to just extremely multiply the amount of food that we generate, such that we could feed all these people and we're no longer at the Malthusian limits. That's basically my view of how these things go.
Saying, Sam, the white people's time, you guys had your time. It's coming to its end.
You know, you're having 20th century and 19th century thoughts in the 21st century age. We live in the age of CRISPR. Everyone is going to just genetically engineer themselves into, we're not going to be humans anymore. And after 50 years, there's going to be no more humans. We're going to be humans, but we're going to be so much
modified.
And we're going to be so modified by our genes and our robotics that we're just not going to be the same species anymore, and then we don't need to have these race wars anymore. You know?
Al, what do you actually imagine is going to happen? That like the brown and black people of the world are going to take over society, human society, from white people, or like what in your imagination is the outcome?
Well, white people would generally, they basically be like Switzerland and Germany, and everybody else would be prospering more. That's probably what's going to happen. So the same thing that happened to Germany, same thing that happened to Switzerland, same thing that happened to, like the Nordic countries. White people just exist like that. Yeah.
So I'm asking ChatGPT more questions about the Indian famine thing. And it says that this is its new summary it's giving me. Tens of millions died in famines and famine-related diseases during British rule. But attempts to put a single excess deaths from colonialism number depend heavily on speculative assumptions about how peaceful, competent, and industrialized a non-British India would have been. So I think that's the sort of heart of the matter. It's very hard to know how the Mughals would have fucking ruled fucking British India at that time, and how competent they would have been at helping famines. So that's a hard counterfactual, So
I mean, I agree with that, but I'm not one of those people like. So you like to do this. I like to go based on facts. Like, what does the facts dictate?
If you're just going by deaths, then it's in the tens of millions by famine. If you're going by what would it have been? You only get into these hundreds of millions numbers if you're doing counterfactuals where you're expecting that if the British had nothing to do with India would have been ran competently and sanely. That's where you get those numbers from.
No. So this is again, it's like coping hard. So what I specifically read, and I can read it again, but is that the economic policies that was in place, and even if I actually think this is kind of weird anyway. This is kind of like Holocaust denial to me right now, because when somebody's tell you like, hey, listen, bro, like this many people died due to the British economic policies, you want to try to figure out ways on why that's not true. Like, this sounds like the same thing Holocaust denial.
No, because the numbers the numbers were like 150 million.
You read that too, though.
It wasn't just the number of counting bodies who died. It was comparing a counterfactual to like how many got more and would have died counterfactually. It wasn't just counting the bodies. Anyway, but I'll read.
How many Jewish people would have just died in World War II outside? I mean, come on, dude. What are we doing?
In World War II, how many Jews would have died if there was no?
Yeah, come on.
Probably like a million, maybe something like that. I don't know.
I'm just saying it's a crazy kind of experiment. It's kind of crazy, But I understand what you're arguing on. Your argument essentially is, what was the actual impact of British colonial rule? I understand what your argument is, but I'm just saying though, like for me, I can look. There's a bunch. If you really want to read Indian historians, they're much more brutal than ChatGPT probably quantified a bunch of various historians, but if you read from Indian historians, they're far more like I've read crazy numbers.
They go fuck wild.
Yeah, I've read some crazy numbers too.
Have you seen any Indian movie? The way they portray British rule under India is so funny. Like, there's this movie called RRR, and it's like you got this white guy, and he's like, one British bullet is worth 15 pounds, or like 2 pounds, or whatever it costs. And he's like, and I would never waste a bullet on an Indian. They're not worth it. So kill them with some other thing, not bullet. Like, they're just like saying shit like that.
Yeah, no, that's Hey, Sean, what made you ask me that question? What were you trying to get at? You trying to?
What was my reason for it? Because you said that the white people are going to go down or something like this. Exactly what you said.
You doing that Hasbro thing? Do you want to record me saying something? Yeah, you want to record me saying something crazy?
Well, the room is recorded. What do you mean I'm going to record you something crazy?
You got to report it to your masters, to your Jewish masters, man.
The this is, I mean, I think I am my Jewish master, but like it's been recorded already. Not only by sound, but also by Clubhouse. So
you record all these rooms, Sam?
Yeah, I record all the rooms.
Oh shit! Why you ain't never say that?
There's replays on.
No. I mean, okay. So
I'm not posting them anywhere. They're just on replay. Like,
I guess this didn't say Mr. Jew Master. I got it. All right. Well, look. Let me just say this for the record, right? Because this is important to understand. My ultimate vision of the world is everybody exists on their own sovereign plane. Everybody's free. Everybody's liberated. Everybody operates on a scale that fundamentally respects everybody else's sovereignty. And they deal on equal terms. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Well, of course, you guys are familiar with John Mearsheimer. John Mearsheimer actually talks about this, where he talks about the difference between America and China. I actually should pull up the interview and let y'all listen to it, but it gives a really good insight into the psyche, I believe, of white men. Matter of fact, I am going to find it. Give me a second. Let me find this, because he talks about why he believes it's important for America to contain China. And I think he gets at the heart and psyche of how, generally speaking, white politics work. So let me find it real quick. This is
me and John Mearsheimer, I watched some of his videos, and he posts a lot of like communist ideologies. Which, I mean, if you look at like Chinese and Russian communism, like neither of them respected anybody else's borders.
Yeah, but you when you listen to what I'm saying, you'll get where I'm getting at, and you'll probably even agree with it. Actually, I won't. I don't agree with it, but you probably will. Hold up.
was it Himothy? Himothyus.
No, what? So
haven't seen in the app as much. You doing good?
yeah, I thought I was about to say the same to you.
I've been on the app.
I think it's a scheduling thing, like
yeah, maybe.
Like a night, you're like, my night is your morning.
Did you sign up for Acro Yoga yet?
No.
You're such a bitch. You're such a fuck. I gave you the place to sign up. I give you, like, all you have to do is click sign up. You said it's right around your corner. You just do it, bro. You just do it right now.
It's right around my corner. Let me look again. One sec. That fake session is creepy as hell, bro.
He has a chance because he gave him the address to the JCC, the local JCC, and he's about freaked out if he sees so many Jews in the room.
What's the JCC?
Jewish Community Center.
I should have worked that out.
It's like Zionism, but for sports. Nice.
You're surviving.
Right up on it. Women's
privilege, prosperity.
I don't like Mearsheimer. I can't put my finger on why I don't like him.
Because he talks about the Jews. But let me Let me play this. It's going to be like 3-4 minutes, but it's good. Trust me.
Bro, come on, bro. Don't.
It's good. Trust me.
Just summarize.
No, I'm telling you, you're going to like it. You're going to like every second. I promise you. Listen.
All right, let's see what it says.
You see the world as more of a zero-sum game based on the balance of power. Why don't you just explain that difference? Okay. It is very important to emphasize, as David was saying, that Jeff and I agree on all sorts of issues, including Ukraine and Israel-Palestine, but we disagree fundamentally, as he just made clear, on China. And let me explain to you why I think that's the case, and then Jeff can tell you why he thinks I'm wrong. It has to do with security, whether you privilege security or survival, or whether you privilege prosperity. And economists, and I would imagine most of you in the audience, really care greatly about maximizing prosperity. For someone like me who's a realist, what I care about is maximizing the state's prospects of survival. And when you live in an anarchic system, and in IR speak, that means there's no higher authority, there's no night watchman that can come down and rescue if you get into trouble. And this is the international system. There's no higher authority. In that anarchic world, the best way to survive is to be really powerful. As we used to say when I was a kid on New York City playgrounds, you want to be the biggest and baddest dude on the block. And that's simply because it's the best way to survive. If you're really powerful, nobody fools around with you. The United States is a regional hegemon. It's the only regional hegemon on the planet. We dominate the Western Hemisphere. And what China has begun to do as it's got increasingly powerful economically is translate that economic might into military might, and it is trying to dominate Asia. It wants to push us out beyond the first island chain. It wants to push us out beyond the second island chain. It wants to be like we are in the Western Hemisphere. And I don't blame the Chinese one bit. If I was the national security advisor in Beijing, that's what I'd be telling Xi Jinping we should be trying to do. Of course, from an American point of view, this is unacceptable. And we do not tolerate peer competitors. We do not want another regional hegemon on the planet. In the 20th century, there were 4 countries that threatened to become regional hegemons like us: Imperial Germany, Imperial Japan, Nazi Germany, and the Soviet Union. The United States played a key role in putting all 4 of those countries on the scrap heap of history. We want to remain the only regional hegemon in the world. We are a ruthless great power. We never want to lose sight of that fact. And the end result of this is you get an intense security competition between China and the United States, and it revolves around the concept of security, not prosperity. I think just very quickly, so what you see beginning to happen is that it's in all domains where the competition takes place, especially high tech. We do not want them defeating us in a high-tech war. We are competing with them economically. We are competing with them militarily. And this is because the best way to survive is for us, the United States of America, to be the only regional hegemon on the planet.
His course is about...
What I was trying to say is that we're not a ruthless hegemon. We had the capacity to literally conquer the earth after World War II. We had the atom bomb. No one else had the atom bomb. We could have just been Genghis Khan on steroids and said, bend the knee or we'll fucking nuke your capital.
That is basically what we did.
And no, it's not what we did. We did not rule the world. We have very little in terms of like trying to take over the world.
How many heads of states do you think America killed over the past, since, let's just say, 1950?
Since 1950?
Bro, we've killed dozens of heads of state, literally, to force them into submission.
Can I, like, sincerely, no bullshit, run the same kind of experiment? Sorry, I may have misunderstood the earlier example that was about the Mughals and India, but, like, do you honestly think that it was, like, feasible that, like, any of these presidents, like, so if it was completely feasible to not engage in some forever war with literally the entirety of the planet, but they could have just complete control and submission from, like, all the governments from around the world by, like, just making a threat, in a quiet room behind closed doors somewhere, don't think like every president would do that? I don't think at least like they would be advised to do that by the majority of the, you know, the either the government or security councils or whatever.
Yeah, I'm saying that after we nuked here, like we used the nukes in Japan, we could have then said to whatever country, we could have nuked Berlin and then said you will surrender, and then just been like, listen, we have a policy where you surrender to us or we will nuke you, and then we'd have to nuke like, I don't know, like 4 capitals. After a while, no one would want to do.
So you say could, but I'm saying like within the constraints of feasibly being able to like, you know, have trading partners, be like, you know, being able to like, you know, prosper economically, to borrow the phrase from the guy that was just speaking, whatever it may be like. But basically, do you think that if you could have ultimate domination pursuing one of those strategies, do you think they wouldn't do it?
Yeah. By the way, Sam, Nazi Germany lost before the Hiroshima bombs, but go ahead.
I know, but Timothy, I think many people wouldn't want to pursue that strategy because it's really brutal and horrible. Like Barry Goldwater lost the election because people thought that he was going to use nukes to end Vietnam. Like it was very unpopular, the use of nuclear weapons, and I think a lot of people didn't do it for moral reasons, not for prudential reasons.
Do you think they cared about the moral reasons? Like a million people marched on fucking, I don't know where was it, maybe DC in the States and in the UK, Downing Street, to oppose the Iraq war. You know, that doesn't change absolutely anything. The reality is, if it's feasible, they will do it. Like, as in, I have the opinion that they will do it. It doesn't seem realistic to nuke every single country or to nuke the capitals of all of your major opponents in the world, given that, like, obviously, what that would, like, the sort of chain reaction that would spark, it's just that, like, now everyone will be desperate to acquire nuclear weapons as well. And then what are they going to do immediately? Now they have to retaliate with those nuclear weapons. It doesn't seem like the only reason is like, oh no, look at the cost, like the value of human life. Like, I don't think that's why that doesn't happen.
I mean, you're right that it wouldn't be super practical because, like, you know, look how quickly the Soviet Union got nukes after the U.S. did. So it didn't seem to be that hard to acquire them. At the same time, I think they were more. I think people in power are not just ruthless, like self-interest maximizers. I think that they have a mixture of self-interest and ideology and religious conviction, et cetera, to their people. And so,
I can talk about Al's question. The reality of it is that America, honestly, it wasn't going to get involved in World War II. It didn't really get that involved in World War I, and most of the reason why it actually got involved was because of these quote-unquote Eastern powers who were trying to take over the West. So America really didn't actually start these wars. They just like won them, right? It ended up winning them however they ended up winning them, and realized that
the Russians.
Russia is an Eastern power, right? It's not a Western power.
I'm saying the Russians are the main reason they won World War II.
I mean, fine. It doesn't matter. It's the Americans benefited from it, right? It had a net gain from however they won the war, but still, America didn't start the wars. And Al is making it sound like America, since its inception, has been going around the world, sort of like picking up.
What am I making this leader? I'm just saying facts. What's going on?
I literally just said what.
I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. What did you say?
That you make it seem like that after America since its inception was going up, world leaders, but it wasn't.
You just making shit up.
All of this sort of American hegemony business really started after China and Russia and Germany decided that they wanted to at some point take over the world. Like America didn't start out as like taking over the world.
America and China?
No, I said America did not start it. China, Russia.
I'm sorry, you said China, Russia. What is China, bro?
Yeah, China, Russia, Japan. Not Japan, Germany, and then later Japan. Like this.
Why did they want to take over the world?
I think it's fair to say that some empires try to conquer the world, like the Mongolians, the Romans, the Greeks, and some empires like China and America haven't tried very hard to take over the world. They try to have influence, try to be like
the most powerful or whatever, but they don't try to like conquer the world. I think it matters.
Well, I think it benefits whoever that like stability exists, right? That some sort of stability exists. The more that the world becomes intertwined, the more stable, like especially for economic reasons or social reasons or travel reasons, whatever the case may be, stability is key. And when something threatens stability on a global level, then that is like the reason why people who want stability, at least their type of stability, fight for it.
Yeah, you don't even believe what you just said.
Oh, I 100% believe what I just said.
Do you delusional?
I don't know why. What's wrong with what I just said?
Well, I mean, I don't want to go into it.
What's wrong with what I just said?
I don't want to go into it.
I think okay, so here's I think my issue with Mersheimer. I think he thinks that him interpreting every, you know, the way economists interpret like all humans as like rational actors, and like that's like a reasonable approximation, but it doesn't actually capture humans and their economic decisions. I think Mersheimer has this realpolitik view of things where like you can just assume every government and every country is trying to like maximize its power. And yeah, that's like a reasonable approximation, but then it just misses a bunch of stuff. I guess that would be my issue.
No, he's John Mersheimer is he's a rationalist. He's like extremely rational. So his view, if you was listening to him, his view is very simple. He thinks that ultimately on an international level, technically we live in anarchy. Like whoever is the biggest, baddest person on the planet is the one that's going to make the rules, just period. And his view is he wants that to be America. So in order to maximize the survival of America, we have to be the biggest, bad on the planet. So that's a completely rational argument. And I think that what he described to me is the fundamental values of white people. You guys believe you have to be the dominant people on the planet in order to survive. You don't think you can survive on equal terms with people.
Yeah, so I don't think Europeans' behavior during the age of colonization is very different from their behavior in the 20th century. And that's not because they differed. They changed their ideology. They didn't just like...
No, they didn't. They're doing the same thing. What do you mean? What do you think all these wars is really for compliance? Like you think from 1960 on forward, let's just take Africa for example, right? You don't understand that what America and the West in general is doing is trying to control Africa for their own gain, to maintain their power.
You think you can have stability? You can have more or less hands-on like attempts at this. Like, just think about what you're saying. You're saying the people making decisions about what to do with Africa are completely unaffected by the ideas that are floating in the air and what things are considered acceptable and unacceptable. Like, if your view is true, that all that's going on is that people are trying to like maximize their power, then like there would be no ability to get taboos on chemical and biological weapons off the ground, and yet those taboos are in effect. You know, that all attempts to sort of have anti-colonial activism would be ultimately failures because ultimately everyone is just going to maximize their, you know, colonial holdings no matter what is said about these things. I think all these views are kind of implausible, and that in fact it does matter what ideas are taboo, and you know.
No, these look at it like Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton went around. This is a prime example, right? Or even Bill Clinton. Not Bill, or Donald Trump, right? These guys. The law doesn't apply to them, right? They just do the most heinous things, craziest things, the most wild things. But then they'll turn around and say, "Oh, we got to respect the rule of law. We need to punish these criminals," and blah, blah, blah. I was like, yo, bro, wait. So it doesn't apply to you. It just applies to everybody else. And that's how white people generally operate.
You think the law applies to Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or any other head of any other country?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. No.
By the way, wait, hold on, you're wrong.
In what way?
I'll tell you. So let's take the International Court of Justice, for example, or actually, I would say the ICC specifically, actually, not the ICJ, the ICC. So 75% of the people that have been prosecuted, or more, I think it's actually 80%, prosecuted and jailed by the ICC were African. That's a prime example of it not applying to other people. They have this stuff in place to check everybody else, not to check themselves.
Yeah, the ICC and ICJ doesn't apply to any of these people. Like, why aren't they saying to the president of China that he can't like force feed the Uyghurs pork, right? And like have them in concentration.
No, they said what they said about the Uyghur, but there's no Uyghur genocide. It's just fake news.
Oh, that's fake news, by the way.
Yeah, it's not true.
Even though the entire Muslim world is saying that.
Well, you know, I told you I'm gonna join IDF, man. I don't fuck with the Muslims right now, man. I'm good, dude. Yeah, man. I can't fuck, especially what's going on in Africa. I can't. Nah, man. The Muslims we gotta figure them out. So I don't know why you brought them up.
So this has nothing to do with like whiteness or anything like this. This really, I mean, this power thing is really a global thing. You just blame it on white people solely or Europeans solely. But if you look at these histories,
wait, Arabs are considered white, bro?
No, they're considered white in America. They might consider themselves white, but when we're talking about white people, we're talking about Europeans or Europeans.
Can you tell me who I'm talking about?
This is. I'm saying this is a general sort of thing around the world. It's not.
No. You're talking to me. No, you're not talking.
I understand that I'm talking to you. Stop being so like.
No. I mean, no. When you're making this about everybody else, just make it about me.
Yeah, we're talking about history. We're talking about the history of society. And the reality of it is, in the history of society, this is not just a white or European thing. We find these characteristics global against anybody who wants to maintain or have some sort of power and stability.
Yeah, hey, Sadada, man. You know, listen, man. When we talk about what's going on in Sudan, you know, I've been doing some research, man, because you know I don't like listening to Western media.
Yeah.
I've been doing some research, and unfortunately, because I didn't want to believe Western media, right, in terms of what the reasons was. So I listened to Museveni. I listened to a lot of the people on what's going on in Sudan, and it legitimately comes down to the fact that they want to Arabize the entirety of Sudan. They want everybody to be Muslim, and they want everybody to speak Arab. And this has been going on for hundreds of years in Sudan. Like, this is like when you actually listen to the historians and stuff like that, that's what's going on. The actual war is over the fact that the indigenous dark-skinned people of Sudan are not wanting to Arabize, not wanting to convert to Islam, and also not wanting to leave their territory. Like, we gotta do something about these people, bro. These fucking people are insane. And they do the same thing in the Sahel region. These Tuaregs, they want to establish their own Islamic caliphate. And you know what's going on with you're Nigerian, so you know what's going on with Boko Haram and them. So, yo, bro, we gotta figure these. We gotta do something about Islam, bro. We gotta do something about this religion. You know, we might have to join the IDF, man, and then figure the IDF out later, dog.
Shit.
Hey, but this Islam thing is serious, bro. I've been talking about this for so long on the app. And, finally, it seems like people are starting to get it. Like, I tell people, it's really just the fact that if you take Islam literally, then you're gonna end up doing some fucked up shit to people.
Yeah. This is why I keep saying the only form of Islam, really Christianity and Judaism that I accept for black people is black versions. Like, if you're practicing a form of syncretism, Islam can work. That's why Yoruba's, for example, Europe, you're Yoruba, right? Yeah. Largely speaking, the reason why Islam works for them is because they practice a form of syncretism. Like, they haven't completely abandoned their traditions. Same thing in Senegal, where, it's a form of syncretism. They haven't completely abandoned their traditions, so there's that's what they was doing in Mali, right? In Mali, the ancient Mali kingdom and stuff like that, they didn't completely abandon, their ancient African traditions. And so that to me seems to be the barometers. But what Arabs want these people to do is they want to completely abandon all your traditions and be completely Arabized, and they're gonna fucking kill you if you don't, And we gotta.
You realize this isn't new, right? Like, this goes back even before the Spanish Inquisition in Conquista, and Southern Europeans saw the encroachment of the Arabs or Arabized people in northern to Central Europe, and this is what led to the Reconquista itself. And America had a war with the Arabs, or at least the Algerians, which had to isolate from their Arabism in the 1700s. So this is nothing new. This is about nationalism and national ideology, and with the Arabs comes a type of Arab nationalism and hegemony.
I'm gonna be honest. Even though I've had my view of black people needing to adopt black versions of these religions for a very long time, I gotta admit I didn't recognize how bad Arab Islam is until recently. Like, it's much worse than I thought. Like, at first I used to respect it as just I can't even really respect it now. Like, I don't know how to respect it.
Dude, many Arabs call black people singes, which means slave. And the Arab slave trade was arguably worse than the European one because they castrated the blacks.
I am actively opposed to it. Like, in fact, the more I do research into African history, Africans have always battled these people, man. It's always been a battle. Like, another reason what made me realize this is my favorite country in the world, I know, is Rwanda. The Rwandan kingdom at the time had to battle Islam. They're mainly Christian today. They're like 95% Christian today. But the reason why they're 95% Christian today is because before, like, Arabs been trying to get the entirety of East Africa, And then what's going on in Sudan? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No, she's saying that.
It's like, look at what's going on in Nigeria, and like there's many other cases like that in history. And of black people, Muslims coming in and brutalizing Africans. And it's just one of these things where Africans shouldn't think
I'm gonna tell you something somebody told me. This is the wildest thing, I ain't gonna lie to you. They said you'll find a bunch of Jewish people that oppose what's going on in Israel. You're not going to find a bunch of Arabs opposing this other stuff. And that right there kind of fucked me up. I ain't going to lie to you. Shit.
You got radical.
Yo, shit.
Well, the history is insane, though. I mean, Tanzania had the Zanzibar Revolution. In 1971, the Omani Sultanate controlled have thousands of black people as slaves in Tanzania.
Yeah.
Tip. When the Belgians were getting in the Congo, they were fighting the Omanis.
Yep.
The Arabs were in the Congo in the 1800s.
Yep.
It's wild, bro. Like, I don't know what to say. All I can say is, this is why secularism we got to get rid of just these ideologies, whether secular or unsecular.
Yeah, but like and Arabism is a secularized ideology. It's very similar to, in many ways, what we call Western civilization, which is secularized, like Christian ideology imposed with or infused with European philosophy. Like there is a nationalistic identity, a secular nationalistic identity to Arab nationalism, that's something that really doesn't exist on the African continent by itself. Not anything like indigenous to it, but that's it.
You can't. This is the thing about African traditional religion. African traditional religion doesn't go around persecuting other groups of people, man. It doesn't do that. And so there's no precedent for Africans just kind of like going out and persecuting like these people. But there's listen, I'm going to tell you where I really got pissed off, Sandata. I was listening to an interview with Museveni. Museveni said in the 60s when, the people from Sudan, black people from Sudan was escaping persecution. This is in the 1960s. He said, he asked them, the refugees from Sudan, he's like, why are you guys running? He said, this is what the Sudanese said, the Arabs won't let us practice our religion, practice our culture, or speak our language. And he said he got so furious when he heard that. He was like, who the fuck these people think they are? You think you're God or something? Like, you can't tell me I can't speak my language and practice my religion. You know what I'm saying? And so that's one of the reasons why I rock with Museveni now, because, Museveni is half the reason why South Sudan exists. He helped free, the black people of Sudan. So I look at that stuff and I'm like, when I go into the history of Ethiopia or Eritrea or a lot of these other areas in East Africa, it's the same fucking thing. Or even my favorite country, like I said, Rwanda, they've been battling these motherfuckers for hundreds of years. I can't. Fuck that. It's just the individual shit. It's Islam at this point. Because if y'all motherfuckers been doing this shit for hundreds of years, it's your fucking religion. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do this. It's an individual no more. It's your fucking religion. Like, what are we talking about? Like, I'm not finna, fuck the bullshit.
Oh, good. Hey, you're there now.
I can't, because we're talking about different times and space. We're not talking about one region. This is in East Africa. This is in North Africa. This is in West Africa. It's the same fucking thing. Like, if you go in terms of the reason why, when I looked at the reason why the Mali Kingdom and Songhai Kingdom failed, it's because these racist motherfuckers just was on some op shit. It wasn't even no beef. They just were like, well, they black and, they ain't really practicing it the way we want to, and we kind of out of resources, so we finna just go ransack this shit. And I look at this and I'm like, this motherfucker's been on this op shit for hundreds of years, bro. We gotta do something about this, man. We can't afford this. Every religion is the same. We can't do that, bro. It's just not. It's never benefited us.
I love that Al is now welcome to Zionism, brother. Like,
I'm the real Zionist. I'm not your Zionist. I'm the real.
You're joining the IDF, brother, dude. Basically,
that's a joke. I'm not joining the IDF for real. But
listen, I'm already trying to get the India-Israel alliance off the ground. Now, if you want to get Rwanda in on this alliance, where we can just, I think that could be a profitable venture. Like just get all the people.
Well, there's already an alliance between Rwanda and Israel, actually. I'm a little uncomfortable with it, but yeah, there's already an alliance. They do a lot of business,
I'm glad to hear it. I just think if you have a bunch of peoples that are fighting against Muslims, maybe they have common interests. Is that such a crazy idea?
No. I 100%. No, I agree. I actually think that's what it is. I think there's a common interest and a common alliance in respect to some of that. Again, like Rwanda is it's like a 95% Christian country, but there's zero jihadism. There's jihadism all around. There's jihadism in Uganda. There's jihadism in Tanzania. There's jihadism in freaking DRC. There's no jihadism in Rwanda whatsoever. It's the safest country in Africa. Like they don't. Just none of that. None of that's going on. And it's crazy, like I said, because they've been battling Islam for hundreds of years. Well, who Sandata just said, that Tipitu guy, that's
the biggest slaver of the Africans.
Yeah, he was, and he tried to colonize Rwanda, and they wasn't going for it. Rwanda doesn't even have a history of slavery at all. Actually, there's no history of slavery.
It's crazy. Hey, history is it's wild, man. It's wild.
Yeah. And then when you go into it, that's why I say, man, I said this story before already. I got to irritate. So in Coquito, remember Saddam? He said his brother joined the idea. His brother actually literally joined the idea.
He's from Eritrea, right?
Yeah, he's from Eritrea. Yeah. It's what he told me, and I'll never forget. It's kind of like the craziest thing I've ever heard. He said, how much do you hate white people? I said, you already know. He said, well, you've been battling them for 500 years. He said, we've been battling Islam for 1,400 years. He said, how do you think we feel about this? I said, oh, shit. Yo, we got to do something about these people, man.
John Quincy Adams has some really funny quotes about Islam. And for people that think that this Islam stuff is just like a modern thing, this is what Mr. Quincy Adams says about the matter. One second, I gotta. Alright, so he says, in the 7th century of the Christian era, a wandering Arab of the lineage of Hagar, the Egyptian, combining the powers of transcendent genius with the preternatural energy of a fanatic and the fraudulent spirit of an impostor, proclaimed himself as a messenger from heaven and spread desolation and delusion over an extension portion of the earth. Adopting from the sublime conception of the Mosaic Law the doctrine of one omnipotent God, he connected it indissolubly with it the audacious falsehood that he was himself the prophet and the apostle. Adopting from the new revelations of Jesus the faith of hope and immortal life and a future retribution, he humbled it to the dust by adapting all the rewards and sanctions of his religion to the gratification of the sexual passion. He poisoned the sources of human felicity at the fountain by degrading the condition of the female sex and the allowance of polygamy, and he declared undistinguishing and exterminating war as part of his religion against all the rest of mankind. The essence of his doctrine was violence and lust, to exalt the brutal over the spiritual part of human nature. Between these two religions, thus contrasted in their characters, a war of 1,200 years has already raged. That war is yet flagrant, nor can it cease but by the extinction of that imposture which has been permitted by Providence to prolong the degeneracy of man, while the merciless and dissolute dogmas of the false prophet shall furnish motives to human action. There can never be peace upon earth and goodwill towards men. The hand of Ishmael will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. It is indeed among the most mysterious dealings of God that his delusion should have been suffered for so many ages, and during so many generations of humankind, to prevail over the doctrines of the meek and peaceful and benevolent Jesus. It's just he fucking hated Islam.
Yeah. We're gonna figure this thing out, man.
It's all because they have this subjugation doctrine where the moment you're a kuffar, it's a wrap for you.
I sat and listened to a Muslim imam say that the reason why slavery of black people was okay is because if you're not a Muslim, then it is better for them to drag you into paradise.
That's insane.
Bro, we gotta.
That's insane.
I'm telling you, man, we gotta,
But the Abrahamic faiths are like death cults.
We gotta shut it down until we can figure out what's going on,
I agree with Sam. There you go.
I agree. I actually agree with Sam.
Shut it down until we figure it out. Yeah, we gotta shut that down. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be honest with you, Sandata. I actually don't think I don't view Christianity and Judaism the same way, man. And now, don't get me wrong. you know my views already on white Christianity and white Judaism. You know my views on that already, but I'm saying Islam is different, though. It's different. Like, it's different. Like, the reason why you feel that way about Christianity is because you see the passivity of your fellow Nigerians, that troubles you, right? And you see the cooning that they do. But I can live with that. I can't live with somebody trying to subjugate me. You see what I'm saying? I can live with somebody being that way as long as that's what they're doing. I can't live with a person that's trying to subjugate me. That's the difference. And these Muslims that practice, Salafism, they want to subjugate you. We can't go for that.
What do you think is the difference?
There's a mandate within Islam to. So, for example, with Christianity, now historically, of course, there were forced conversions. We know that, right? But if I'm being fair to the doctrine, right, it is more so about passivity and conversion. This is actually a big issue. This is actually a big issue, and I don't know. So this is to speak to what Sam was asking about. Sam was asking why there's so many black men or black people that came from Islam. I'm just going to tell you right now, because Christianity is looked at as a bunch of pussies. And in the black community, we view Christian men as pussies. Like dead ass. Like, for example, in jail, I was in jail. The Christian men are pussies. They're weak. They're pacifists. Where in Islam, in jail, they basically still gangsters, which is why in New York, if you notice, I don't know if you noticed, the real big gangs in New York, for example, like I don't know if you're like the Supreme Team, the A Team, they were actually just 5%ers. They was Muslims.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was all Muslims. Yeah. So that's just the thing. Like, Christians are viewed as pussies. Muslims is viewed as more masculine,
Yeah, just get into some fucking Bushido shit. Just don't, Japanese people never fucking enslaved black people. We fought some fucking black fucking samurais, bros. Like, what are you doing? Don't join these laws.
Not only that, but I think that part of it is also that in America, at least, Islam is not seen as what Christianity was seen as. Christianity was seen as something that was colonizing of black people, and the black Americans were removed from that. They saw it as a resistance movement. If you look at like the writings of like Muhammad and all of these people, they were like something that was there to like help in their resistance of.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I don't think the history of the Saharan slave trade was known during as known, I should say, during the kind of like the resurgence of like Islam in America. People like Noble Drew Ali.
That's true.
They respect to the brother, but I don't think these people knew the trans-Saharan slave trade like we do now, and so. But I'm okay. But see, those versions of Islam, I'm okay with because they're virtually harmless. You know what I'm saying? Like, what I'm talking about is like the Nation of Islam, things like that. They're virtually harmless. They don't really bother nobody for real. I know the Jews don't like them, but they don't bother them. They just don't like them because they don't like the things that they say. But they don't really bother nobody. So I'm cool with that. What I'm not cool with is when you try to superimpose. If you notice, Nation of Islam, they don't superimpose their beliefs on nobody. They don't do that. You might not like what they say, but they don't superimpose their beliefs on nobody. There's no forced conversions into the Nation of Islam or nothing like that. And none of it happens.
Yeah. No, but if you are not one of them, they kind of display this a lot.
Say that again?
I said, but if you don't become one of them, they kind of call you a sellout.
No, they don't. I've never heard that a day in my life. I've been around. My brother's in part of the Nation.
Yeah, I've never experienced that.
I've never heard that a day in my life, bro.
I mean, I hear people on Clubhouse say it all the time. I've never met either real
You've heard the Nation of Islam members say since you're not part of the nation, you're a sellout.
Oh, like Corey?
Corey's never said that. Dude, come on, dude.
Oh, yes, he has.
Nah, he probably called you a sellout.
I want to read you guys something about Muhammad Ali, about Islam. So Muhammad Ali, the boxer, changing his name from Cassius Clay because that was his slave name, was dumb because the abolitionist Cassius Clay was one of the most ruthless and badass fighters of slavery in American history. Here are some vignettes from the abolitionist Cassius Clay's life. Clay was an energetic anti-slave activist in Kentucky. Local slave owners hated him and hired an assassin to kill him. During a debate about slavery, Clay got shot in the chest by an assassin. Clay, with a bullet in his chest, chased after the assassin, gouged out his eyes, and threw him off an embankment. Clay also started an anti-slavery newspaper. To dissuade slavers from trying to destroy his printing equipment, he set up cannons loaded with nails and musket balls inside the newspaper headquarters. He planned to use explosives to blow up the entire building if he was unable to fight them off. Now, while giving a speech against slavery, Clay was attacked by 6 brothers, sons of a pro-slavery politician. He fought off all 6 and killed one with a Bowie knife. Clay was offered a job as a major general in the Union Army from Lincoln. He refused unless Lincoln emancipated Confederate slaves. Clay gave some of his land so that Berea College could be founded. This was the first college in the South to be open to all races and sexes. But instead, Muhammad Ali named himself after the Prophet Muhammad, who bought, sold, captured, and owned black slaves. Good choice.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't agree with him. I'm not part of the Nation of Islam. I got a problem with Islam, period. Like, Muslims don't even accept the Nation of Islam, which is why I have a problem with the Nation of Islam. Yo, they don't even accept you guys as Muslims. But, look, I personally don't care because they don't really bother nobody, so I don't really care. So if that's what they want to do, it's fine. They don't really do anything. Like, they're really more pacifist than anything, honestly. They don't really do nothing. But the point is, if a black person adopts an Abrahamic faith, I'm okay if they adopt, like they practice a form of syncretism, where they adopt like other variations of that. Like they don't abandon certain things about their culture. But when they start just trying to adopt the Arab version, they just become supremacists, and we can't do that. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's so with Muhammad Ali, so I've heard 2 versions of his name thing. So I heard that he was named after like a famous Muhammad Ali. That's not like the actual prophet. And I have to get the actual source on this, but if it's true, then the guy he was named after is like a Muhammad from like the 1800s.
Yeah, that's actually correct. Yeah, or the
1700s, and that guy was an actual racist, and he actually led a campaign down the Nile to genocide black people.
Yeah, he also led a campaign in Saudi Arabia to kick out the Wahhabis of. So he wasn't really a racist. He was more of a supremacist. Like he only cared about himself. It's not like he hated like African people specifically, because the Ottomans told him to go to
supremacists are racist, bro.
Sorry?
Supremacists are racist.
But he wanted to kill black people, though.
You gave the impression that he was like white against blacks. No, he killed like many Saudis.
Oh no, well, he wanted to kill specifically black people in the
No, as I told you, he went to Saudi Arabia.
Wait, but how does that disqualify my statement?
It doesn't, but it puts it in a wider context, in that it's not like he only wanted to, like, it was white against black.
Why did you say that? I just think he was a racist because when he went down the Nile, he specifically wanted to kill black people. I mean, that is racist.
Also, Omar, what you're saying doesn't really add up either, because the reason he unalived or killed those people wasn't specifically because they were Saudi. It was because they was Wahhabi.
Yeah, exactly. He was doing.
But that's not. So it had nothing. But no, I mean, but I'm saying, even if I even granted you that, the point is, if he felt like part of it is because they're black, or them being black, they're less than. That's a supremacist ideology and a racist ideology.
I'll grant you that, but I mean, it's not like that he was Hitler and he was focused on one group. Even though Hitler wasn't focused on one group.
Yeah, Hitler wasn't even focused on one group. So,
but I mean, it's like Muhammad Ali's mission in life wasn't to kill black people. Muhammad Ali's mission in life.
No one said that.
Was to make him. Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, we just said he was racist.
Yeah, he's racist.
There you go.
He's also like supremacist in other ways other than racism.
Yeah, well, extreme ideologies usually extend into other domains. Yeah, they're not usually isolated.
Yo, Omar, did you check out my document yet?
Not all of it, no.
Alright, well, I'm looking forward to hearing from you. And you
is he a Muslim?
Yeah.
Omar, how do you feel about what's going on in Sudan?
Unfortunately, I am a provincial Canadian. I don't even follow the federal Canadian news. So can you be more specific when you say what's going on in Sudan?
Nah, never mind. It's cool. There's a war going on, but if you're not familiar with what's going on,
I know that like there's قوات التدخل السريع and like some people are like backed up by UAE, I guess, and like but I'm not updated, and I definitely won't say that I understand it.
How do you feel about people like me that don't like Islam? We wanted to just like, we want you sound like you Arab. We just want you Arabs to practice it by yourselves.
I don't care.
Okay. What do you feel about Prime Minister Modi basically banning you people from coming into his country and trying to obtain citizenship? How do you feel about that?
Of course, I don't agree with that.
What do you think about Xi Jinping and what he's doing to the Uyghurs?
I also don't agree with that.
Hey, there's where's this guy from? Hold on. There's a Buddhist monk that's violently opposed to Islam. Hold on, let me pull him up real quick. There's this Buddhist monk.
Are you a perennialist?
Yeah, Warathi. Do you know who Warathi is?
No.
Be Persian?
Might be Persian. Oh shit.
Or like Armenian.
Yeah, there's a 969 movement in Myanmar by Buddhist monks that are like extremely anti-Islam.
Okay.
They call Warathi they call him the face of Buddhist terror because of his persecution of Muslims in Myanmar.
I mean, it's not amazing because, you know, Buddhist and like Eastern religions are not really like peaceful in principle. So I'll give you an example. The Japanese pilots who were doing the kamikaze like things, they were justifying it based on some Buddhist and
Shintoism.
Yeah, both Buddhist and Shinto beliefs. So you can take any religious text and convince people to do like anything you want based on it. So yeah, that's okay. So you're telling me there is a Buddhist monk in Myanmar that's anti-Muslim?
I'm saying when you go to Indian culture, which is kind of a peaceful culture, you go to Chinese culture, which is kind of a peaceful culture. If you go to, Myanmar, or if you come to the West, or even in Africa, it's everybody's kind of like anti-Islam.
Okay, but everybody's anti-everybody.
I don't agree with that. They don't have the same views of Christianity.
Right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
But like at some point, all civilizations clash.
I don't agree. All similar? What does that even mean?
Like every civilization clashed with every other civilization. I mean, the Indian people didn't feel good about Christianity during the British occupation.
I agree with that. I didn't feel good about Christianity during slavery. You know, my people was enslaved.
So you see, like it depends on like the context, the time, like what's going on. Sometimes, like during like many stretches of history, Jews were living like very cooperatively with Muslims in like Andalusia and Egypt, and they were ministers and stuff like that. It's like context based, even though in the Quran they are actually like mentioned that Jews are bad people. Now, according to us, the interpretation is that some Jews are bad people and some are okay. They are allowed to live peacefully according to rules. But I mean, they were okay. Even in Egypt, where I'm from, until 1948, there were a lot of Egyptian Jews, and they were okay. I'm not gonna say like there was zero incidents of like anti-Semitism or racism or stuff like that, but generally, like there is many famous like Egyptian actresses, like Jewish Egyptian actresses, businessmen, like they were living and it was okay. And now we're like at each other's throat. So like depends on when and how and why, and like it's complicated. Are you saying that right now everybody hates Muslims?
Well, obviously everybody does it. I mean, it's got over 1 billion adherents, so everybody doesn't hate it. But I'm saying globally, it seems to be, no matter which region of the world you go in, there's you know, people are pretty opposed to it.
Okay, so?
Okay, all right. Hey, well, let me ask you another question. As an Egyptian, how do you feel about the erasure of black folks from Egypt, from your people? Because you don't sound, you seem like you're Arab. You're like one of them Arabs.
Yeah, I don't think that. No, I don't think that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the Egyptians are white, like as in like Caucasians. Okay, but the belief that the ancient Egyptians were black, as in like south of the Sahara, I don't believe that.
Oh, wait, hold on. There's black people in Sudan that's not south of Sahara. So why do you guys do that?
No, I mean like.
Well, hold on. You just did the thing right now. So there's black people right now, and you say you're from Egypt, so you should know this about Sudan. There's black, like extremely black people in Sudan. So why did you say south of the Sahara as if like that's some sort of like demarcation?
Okay, it's obviously gradual. Even in Egypt, there are people in Nubia, okay, that are black. That's okay. But the general populace in Egypt, like upper of Nubia, is different. And I believe that these are the descendants of ancient Egyptians who weren't completely African. Now, obviously, there was intermarriage between them and Africans. That I agree with. But it's not like if you go to like Sudan or like other African countries and like black people, and you think that Egyptians were of that ethnicity or race, that I don't agree with. So I don't agree that anybody was kicked out.
Okay, hold on. So well, I'm going to get to that in a second. But you said, because I didn't hear an answer to this question. Why did you say south of the Sahara as if specifically in Sudan there aren't indigenous, very dark people? So why did you say south?
I don't mean people who live in South Sahara. I mean people who come from South Sahara, like basically black people. It's just a euphemism for black people.
Okay, Omar. Okay. Let me just ask directly. Are black, dark-skinned people, Nilots, for example, are they from Sudan, for example?
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay, so why did you say south of the Sahara?
Usually when we say like black people, we generally attribute them But I agree. There's like I think maybe even a majority of Sudanese are like black. So, but I don't think that black people were kicked out of Egypt.
You know?
No.
Tell me about Nectanebo II. Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
Tell me about him.
Yeah, he was a pharaoh. So.
No. I mean, what makes him special in this conversation, though?
I don't know. You tell me. You think he's special? What is special about him?
Where did he run to?
Where did he what?
Where did he run to?
Run to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he ran to anywhere.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh, never mind. All right, we can move on. Yeah, we can move on.
Who do you think I've never heard this Nectanebo figure. Who is it?
He's the last native pharaoh of Egypt, and he ran south when he left Egypt. Him and his band of people.
Hey,
okay, even if I grant you this,
it's not even if you grant you. It's not a grant.
Even if I grant you this, which is actually historically dubious, but even if I grant you this,
Google it.
No. Google is not the source of good knowledge. But even if I grant you this, he could still have been of like native ancient Egyptian like ethnicity and ran to Africa or to Sudan or to wherever he went. That doesn't prove anything.
I got you. I'll get to it.
You have to prove to me
I got you.
Egyptians were of that ethnicity. This person ran to this place and this person went to that place and blah, blah. That proves nothing. I need proof.
I got you.
Egyptians were from African ethnicity.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is in Africa. But Omar, you see my PTR?
Yep.
Do you know who this is?
Yep.
Who?
It's one of the pharaohs.
Okay. All right.
Do you know how colors change throughout thousands of years?
Oh shit.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Wait. Before we get there, I just want you to look at this photo or this picture. See the skin color, the facial features, and see. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's okay.
Egypt is in Africa, but they're not Africans.
No, if you're talking about Africa geographically, obviously Egypt is most.
Okay, hold on.
Africa,
No, I got you.
Except for the cyanide.
Who is this on my PTR?
Yeah, I don't know his name.
You just pull the refresh.
Okay.
All right. Who is this on my PTR?
Yeah, I don't know her name.
Okay, this is Ty. This is King Tut's grandmother. What are we doing right now?
Okay.
And I just showed you.
Even if his grandmother
don't know what
still doesn't prove anything.
No,
Egypt is in Africa.
DNA. No, you have to have massive DNA study and prove to me that the Egyptian people that are living right now, as a whole, okay, came from the south. That's what you need to prove. Not bring me like one from here and one from here.
Brother, hold on. So you wouldn't use DNA to do that because you don't have enough representative samples from the entirety of the country from those time periods to do that. But what you would do,
you have
hold on.
You compare Africans from now.
Oh my gosh, Omar, just calm.
We have thousands of dead bodies.
What you would do, you would use anthropology and archaeology to prove the point, because you don't use genetics.
You can compare the DNA of Egyptians living now to DNA of Africans living now. I'm not talking about DNA.
Yes. Hold on, Omar. So like, you guys run to the DNA stuff, and then like when you get into the weeds of it, it's a self-own.
Compare DNA of Africans living now to DNA of Egyptians living now.
Brother, Omar.
Okay, I'm not having this conversation.
Can I
If you
finish
think
my
Egypt is
point?
yours, come and get it.
If
you think Egypt is yours, come and get
How did
it.
we come to this?
No, we gonna get you. We are gonna get you. We gonna get you. We are. We will.
Okay.
We gonna come and get you.
You guys are insane.
So we about to join. Hold on. We gonna go and mass move it to join the IDF. We gonna go get y'all. We gonna join the idea.
Al, you know how crazy this is?
We gonna join the idea.
Egypt is a shithole, and you're gonna suffer exactly like Egyptian people are suffering. Egypt is a terrible place to live. You're gonna be miserable.
Yeah, well, we'll take it over and we'll figure it out. Yeah.
Oh, you'll take it over. Okay, good luck with that. Yeah.
This is the typical crash out. Like I
The
told him,
Sisi is gonna kill you like he killed the Egyptians.
Yeah.
I showed him a picture of Pharaoh.
You can simply compare the DNA of Africans living now to the DNA of Egyptians living now and prove you guys are doing exactly the same thing when the Arabs, like the people from Saudi Arabia, claim that Egyptians are Arab. It's very simple, guys. DNA of Egyptians versus DNA of Africans or DNA of people from the Arabia can conclusively prove where we came from. It's very simple. It's
and wait, no, but Omar, if you do the DNA shuffle, I call it the E1B1A shuffle that you guys do, then you prove our point. Because let's go to a group like the Copts. You would agree that the Copts probably have the oldest or like the most living extinct form of the ancient Egyptian language, right?
The language, yes. It is.
Okay, great.
It has been like from the mixture of Demotic, which was Demotiquia.
I know. Okay, so you agree with that. So because you want to do the DNA thing, so if you go into the Copts DNA.
I was talking to Green Sahara the other day, and he was saying that if you look at the DNA of Egyptians, it looks more like Eurasian DNA than it looks like DNA from like the Congo or from like other parts of Africa.
Thank you.
Sam, I was here.
And they were probably dark skinned. There's lots of dark skinned people. That doesn't mean that they're all related. Melanesians are also dark skinned, but they're not very closely related to other African populations. So I think this is.
I can get into all that DNA. I mean, it's easy. So so when people say DNA, they don't know. Are you talking about sex chromosomes, Y DNA, and maternal DNA? Or are you talking about autosomal? So if you're talking about the Copts, autosomally, they have an African paternal group. And then when you get into the autosomal, like the rest of their DNA, it's majority Eurasian, but there's an African component that's very interesting. And it's the oldest component of their DNA, and it's nilotic. It's literally nilotic. So all the Copts are is a mix of Nilotic people and people from the so-called Levant or the Middle East who migrated into the region.
We need references.
But the Nilotic component is the indigenous component to the Nile Valley.
We need a reference for that.
Okay, don't worry. I can get you the reference, but I'm trying to get into archaeology because there's the oldest bones found in the Nile Valley all throughout are Nilotic. Like that's just archaeology. You can't even deny it. This is archaeology.
The bones are archaeologically Nilotic?
Yes, like
what does that even mean?
Tropical limb proportions, long legs, long arms. Go look at the Nilotic populations. Literally, the bones look exactly like that. The modern Egyptians, they don't have that. They don't have that body.
That's called anthropology. That's not called archaeology.
I said anthropology and archaeology.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear the anthropology.
Yeah, I know you didn't hear it. Because you want to argue and you don't want to.
No, I didn't hear it, man. Okay, that's fine.
You don't want to learn. You don't want to learn, brother.
Yeah, I don't.
Don't worry. I don't want Egypt. Trust me.
Anyway, people, I left Egypt a while ago. It's a shithole. If you guys are interested in it, good luck.
No.
You're welcome to it. I don't give a shit.
No. So I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't give a shit about it either. My favorite country in the world is Rwanda, so I don't care either. But I did it halfway antagonizing you, but the other half is you guys just erased the history of ancient Egypt, and it's just pretty funny, watching, because the same thing is actually happening right now in Sudan. This is actually the reason why I brought it up, because in Sudan, what's happening literally right now are Arabs or Arabizing Sudan. They're kicking indigenous black people out. They're trying to Arabize everything. They want everybody to be Muslim. They want everybody to speak Arab. And they're trying to get rid of the indigenous languages and culture of Sudan. And they're kicking the black people out. They're unaliving them. They're killing them. They're genociding them right now. And I'm saying the same thing happened in Egypt, but you guys don't like to admit it.
And why didn't we do that to the Copts?
You guys did. You don't know the amount of cops that you guys killed?
Yeah, but they're still living.
He said he didn't do it.
There's still 10 million of them living with their
There's
culture.
still millions of blacks in Sudan, but they're still being killed.
Yeah, but we're not actively erasing them.
They are actively erasing the culture of the people in
Sudan.
Wait, hold on. No. Wait.
Egypt.
You don't know. Wait, hold on. You don't know in Egypt the erasure of culture. Wait, hold on. This is what I mean. This is why sometimes I be thinking you guys are fake Egyptian. You don't know your own history of erasing of Arabs erasing the indigenous culture of Egypt. You don't know this.
Man, the culture still survives. Hold
on. This is a yes or no question. Do you know this?
Yes, there was like some defacing of some temples and some, but generally speaking, there wasn't an organized. If the
doing it now, this is the point. It's a great
there's still 10 million of them, and they're living and they're preserving their culture, and they're fine. Okay,
they're mainly Christian. Come on,
there's persecution, and there's like they face hardship in building like new. What do you call it? Churches. Okay, there's like because of it's more of a security type of thing. Like because you have to go to the military intelligence to get a permission to build a new church, but their culture is not being wiped out.
Okay, so this is really important to understand. So, literally historically, and I would keep using Sudan as the example because Sudan, I guess you don't notice.
I don't know anything about Sudan.
It used to be part of Egypt.
So?
Alright, bro. Alright, man. That's cool, bro. That's cool. Where you live at now? You live in the West?
We occupied it for a while during Muhammad Ali's era under the British occupation of Egypt. I don't care.
That's why he was caping for Muhammad Ali. Okay, this makes sense.
That's why what?
Nothing.
Okay.
Hey, this is the Sphinx, man. This is an African face. I mean, you can even see the protruding jaw.
Okay, I'm not gonna argue the African face thing because no, I don't see it as an African face. Now what? Is it an objective fact?
It's in Africa, and he doesn't see it as African. That's what I'm saying. Like,
wait.
Wait. Yeah, go ahead.
Because there's no way on earth if you saw this face, you wouldn't think that's a fucking African on that damn Sphinx.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, you're coping. Now
yeah, okay, I am coping. But
if only the nose was still around, it would help a lot in our racial character identifying.
Yeah, I mean that's just insane.
No, but look, just think about this. But Sam, this is the part where we're saying, like, even just this is what I like going into this conversation. He keeps saying it's not African. This is a prime example of what I mean.
Oh, come on, you know what he means.
No. Hold on, no, Sam. Let me finish. See, this is a prime example of what I mean. So like. It's literally in Africa, but you guys want to disconnect. Wait, hold on.
There is a difference between Africa as a geography.
Can I just finish?
I said there is a difference between Africa. If you're talking about African as in geography, obviously Egypt is, except for the cyanide, okay? I'm not saying African as in geographically African. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, I think you are. But let me just say this for the record, right? So this is the thing, right? There's always this view of trying to disconnect it from Africa, right? This is the point that I'm making. And I'm saying this because you got to pay attention to the language, Sam, right? So even when very common sense things, so for example, if I ask him what Kemet means, he's going to say it had nothing to do with skin. It's going to be the ground or the soil. That's what he's going to say because that's what he's been taught to say, right? But when you ask him what Sudan means, or if you ask him what Ethiopia means, or if you ask him what Ha means, or if you ask him what any of these other terms mean, it literally is referring to the skin complexion.
No, it isn't. It's referring to a geographic location.
I just said, wait, Sam, did I just hear it? Did I just, what the hell?
Sudan is a geographic location.
You gotta stop doing the word game stuff of like, oh, you're gonna say Egyptians aren't Africans even though it's in Africa? Like, you know, he's talking about
that's not a word.
He's talking about the African race. He's talking about the African.
There's no such thing as an African race. That's what
he's talking about. Though.
It's not a thing. You made it up.
It's called the Pupil of Charity, where you interpret them of what they're trying to say.
No, Sam. No, we're not doing that.
Who exactly?
Especially when we're trying to be. No, we're not doing that.
Who exactly got kicked out of Egypt?
Next to that, but a second. I told you that.
No, not a person. Like, who are the people who got kicked out of Egypt?
Yeah, so native Egyptians did. So, and now let me say this for the record. Obviously,
Okay.
wait, hold on, wait. Let me finish.
What's the name of the group of the current living people?
Yo, hold on.
In the moment we are living.
You know what I'm saying? Wait. Why do you say when people got your view, why do you let them just bulldoze over Congress?
You're a bulldozer par excellence, Alice. I don't know
what do you call the people living right now?
You're a bulldozer par excellence. I don't know what the fuck you're complaining about. You've been talking about
bulldozer. What?
What is
par
the name of the
bulldozer par excellence?
Just listen, okay?
I don't know what three people talking about.
You are an excellent example of a bulldozer who disagrees with Sam, but he still allows him to speak.
What is the name of the people living nowadays? What is the people of the people?
Omar was trying to speak constantly. You guys are talking over him. You guys are just getting animated, and you guys are getting hyped up, and you're talking over people. And now we're all talking over people. Stop doing it. Stop talking to each other. I am pretty good about not interrupting in general. So just follow my example and say, "Oh, am I interrupted? Am I doing the interruption like Sam or no?" Now, when it comes to this stuff about this fucking who are Egyptians black, all of it is. You should please have a little meta perspective on this, that the Hindutva people, the Hindu nationalists, are trying to say that, that there wasn't already an invasion. It was actually the Indians that went to Europe and spread the Yamnaya culture, and it was from India. And that all of, society and culture was invented in India. And you'll notice that the German Aryans, the German whatever people, also try to give all these credits to Germans that they don't deserve, and that this is a common trope of nationalists trying to gain credits so that people seem more grand. And then once you notice this pattern, maybe try to avoid it, because it's kind of like this dick measuring contest of my people are better, your people are better, and it's annoying. So maybe just try to avoid that. Maybe that'd be wise.
This the Egyptians made it first. Well, anyway, Sam, this is, I don't know, that was just all incorrect. But
the Egyptians don't claim they
oh
are
my
an
gosh.
ethnicity. The Egyptians are not an ethnicity. Okay, the Egyptians that they are a mixture of many ethnicities.
Wait, hold on. So the native people of the Nile Valley actually were called Ref. That was the name of them, by the way. I don't know if you know that. But then you also have, of course, your Copts, which was given a name that was later. But I'm saying that the name of Cometians actually were Kemet-Tu, which also meant, people of Egypt, but that wasn't the name. But whatever. What do you think Kemet-Tu actually meant, Omar? What does that mean?
Black land.
I said Kemet-Tu, not Kemet.
No, Kemet-Tu, I don't know. I only know Kemet.
Oh, fuck.
Yo, these guys are children in this topic, man.
Mark is Greek, and he's very soft-spoken.
By the way, you know what's unique about Egypt? Everybody fucked us, okay? So basically, the Habashis came, not the Habashi, the Hythian, I don't know what you call them in Egypt. They came by and fucked the pharaohs, the native Egyptian, and everybody, the Romans came in and fucked us, and everybody fucked us. So basically, we're a mixture of everyone. So saying that there is a native ethnicity in Egypt or somebody came in and replaced something, that is bullshit. Egypt is a melting pot. Everybody came in, everybody had sex, and they begat the Egyptians.
Were they originally black?
There is no originally.
Oh, fuck.
What does it matter? What does it matter if someone's originally whatever phenotype?
What does it matter to erase somebody's history?
Let me land, please. If people have specific phenotypes that they originally were known to have, and then over time there was admixture took place, and now a black guy looks white, does that mean that they are a replacement? No, it just means that they mixed. If you go and you marry a Japanese woman, your child looks Asian. Is your child not of the lineage of Africans or Western Africans?
If that's a question, the answer to that question is yeah, absolutely. If you let's take someone like Meghan Markle or her child, they're not black anymore, bro. So
they're not no longer part of the lineage of the original people. So, for example, when we're talking about Egyptians, the one thing Omar did say that's correct, which is I find it funny. We're talking about the original dynasties. His entire premise is these people weren't African, and then Sam wants us to interpret that means I don't know.
What's a lineage?
About to tell you. So, for example, I agree that Egypt became a melting pot. So you had the Assyrians, you had the Persians, you had the Romans, you had the Greeks, you had the Arabs, you had the Ottomans, you had the French, you had the British. You had all these different groups of people that came in. Of course, the demographics of the people. Wait.
Stick to lineage.
Let Al finish. Or maybe more strict. No interruption.
Yeah, so there was an extreme amount of amalgamation that happened that changed the way these people look. Here's my ultimate perspective on this. My perspective is the reason I brought Sudan up is because just like right now in 2025, they are erasing the black people of Sudan. They did the same thing in Egypt. The Arabs did this. I don't know why you're laughing at this. That's what's happening right now. Huh?
So we have this conversation a million times.
I've never had this conversation with you before. I don't know.
Well, I have it with Hotep people all the time. So,
Hotep people? What?
Yeah.
You're a white supremacist. Yeah, okay. Well, you just did a rough.
He's a Palestinian supremacist.
Are we able
He's not
Palestinian or what?
Well, he thinks that the Palestinian people are the direct descendants of the
That's a deflection. We're talking about something. We can deal with your personal problems after.
I'm just doing housing.
So, if we look at Egyptians today, they're mainly of two haplogroups, E1B1B and J1. J1 historically to the Sinai region, even before Islam, and E1B1B pretty much what you would know today, Suez Canal and all the way west. So E1B1B, you see most of North Africa, E1B1B, West Africa, E1B1A. So if today the people are still majority E1B1B, then why are you saying people have been replaced just because let's entertain your pseudo hypothesis and say, well, you know what, people, their phenotypes, or the Egyptians, the ones who established like the civilization, their phenotypes were quote unquote black. That doesn't mean that the people today are not the descendants of those people just because they mixed with other demographics or they inserted phenotypes within their gene pool.
Yeah, so I got you. This is very simple. It reminds me of like what's going on here in America, or hell, you can even talk about Saudi Arabia, right? There's many different demographics we could talk about when it comes to this, or Mexicans, right? I'll give an example, right? I went to Mexico maybe like 6 months ago, right? You go to Mexico and you look at the people there. There is a clear difference between the ones that are indigenous to Mexico and the ones that had a amalgamation with the Europeans. Do the ones that had an amalgamation with the Europeans, do they still have the same haplogroup? Yeah, they still have the same haplogroup with the indigenous people, but they are mainly European.
I would say,
yeah. Wait. Oh, yeah, they are, but that's just the point that I'm making. So there is an extreme amount of amalgamation that went on with those people. And there is a clear difference, for example, when you see somebody named Cortico, like indigenous people in Mexico, and then somebody named Cortez or something like that, right? Even though they may have the same haplogroup. But their phenotype and look is completely different because of the amalgamation that happened and the amount of European blood that's in them. In fact, if you even do the actual genetic flow, or the gene pool, I should say, of North Africans, they are mainly outside Africa groups. So, for example, and they actually go through the periods. Like, what period did
this particular set of genes come through in terms of North Africa? What period did this one come through? And it goes over an extensive period. They attribute it to like 4 great periods of the specific characterization that happens. One of them is the Mediterranean aspect, one of them is the Arab aspect, and then one of them is the more recent aspect of the Europeans. This is just a fact. So I don't, like, if we're all agreeing that the original people in North Africa, or specifically Egypt, didn't look like the same people today, then what are we arguing about?
We're arguing about lineages.
Yeah, well,
so when you're saying Egypt was African or Egypt was black, are you just here making claims about phenotypes? Well, sure, maybe they were looking like green men 10,000 years ago. Who cares? But the notion, what you're implying is that, there was replacement. There was genocide that took place. So the main people who established it, they're gone. They were snuffed out by whether, Indo-Europeans or Semites. But that's not actually the case. Why? Because we look at the haplogroups in Egypt, see the majority of them still have E1, B1B. So that's not Indo-European.
Yes.
That's not Semitic.
He's basically saying we are the sons of the ancient Egyptians, just our colors changed.
I don't even acknowledge this notion of they were phenotypically black.
Yeah, I don't even agree with that as well, but I'm saying for the sake of
argument. But I mean, what is Al's picture? Like people in the Middle East can have this shape. He thinks this skin tone is exclusive to
we are their descendants. So even if our colors change, what does that matter? Like, we are still their sons.
Lineages change. Like you're talking about sex chromosomes. Like those change over time.
What? I mean, the disbursement of these haplogroups might change. As long as the fathers are having children, there's descendants, the haplogroup can't change. That's your father's father's father. Can't change the blood of your fathers.
Wait, but that is okay. So you have to think about what you're saying, because
bro, this is not like 101 haplogroup.
Wait, no. Hold on. Let's go into African DNA 101. So let's actually do that. So you said not African, not black, E1B1A. So you would just have to be ignorant to think that
African DNA. I thought we didn't use that word to mean ethnicity. Africa means area.
This is American.
No. I don't agree.
I know.
No, Africa's a geography.
You're speaking in American context.
When I use the word African to mean
Al, you see what they're doing?
When I said African to ethnicity. And now you're saying African to the Africa's a continent.
We understand that. From American vernacular, from an American context.
Well, why when I use the American vernacular, everybody?
I agree. It's
okay, great. All right. So Cynic said, not African, not black / E1B1A. So he's insinuating that, I guess, in terms of like the paternal lineage, that it should be E1B1A to prove someone is black. Now, to me, this doesn't make sense, because if you know anything about African paternal haplogroups, E1B1A is a haplogroup that recently took over and replaced other haplogroups. So, for instance, haplogroup A, that's older than E1B1A. And in fact, when they talk about mitochondrial Eve and Adam, at first they thought it was one of the E lineages. But then when they found the A lineage in a man in South Carolina, and they traced it back to Cameroon, but then when you go to the Nilotic people, they also share haplogroup A as well. You start to get the picture on the lineages, the vast amount of lineages. So you have haplogroup
let's make this very
A. Can I finish?
Well, let him finish, because I'm about to finish.
Can I finish? Because you don't know what you're talking about. So you have haplogroup A amongst Nilotic people. That's not haplogroup E. You have haplogroup B amongst like Khois. Like, there's so many paternal haplogroups among so-called Black Africans. The thing you don't know is haplogroup E recently took over the majority of Africa. But those other ancient lineages, they still exist. They're just not as prominent as haplogroup E. So yes, you can do whole scale replacements of haplogroups. Like duh.
I kind of feel like it can't be like y'all like tag teaming. This ain't the.
What do you mean? What the fuck you think?
WWE. Yeah, exactly. This ain't wrestling. So let's keep it very simple. The region, every region, pretty much there's a concentration of haplogroups. When we're talking about African Black, we literally just said in the context of American society and culture. So when I say Black or African, I'm pretty much ADOS, or pretty much West African, because the majority of Blacks in America, 75% ADOS, are actually U1B1A. And then the rest are actually R1B, which is European for the most part. So a lot of African Americans running around, or ADOS running around, and they think, no, bro, you're a descendant of Europeans. So you have European lineage, paternal European lineage. Your admixture is making your phenotypes appear Black or look Black, or what would be associated with West Africans and Sub-Saharan Africans and East Africans. But that doesn't change the fact that their lineage is European. And the same thing with the majority of ADOS, their lineage is West African. So the notion of claiming Egypt as Black when an American says this Hotep nonsense, what they're actually saying is that, hey, there was a predominant haplogroup, E1B1A, in the region, and this got replaced by J1 and E1B1B, which is literally pseudo. There's no evidence of this, no DNA analysis, plus you have to explain the current presence of the main haplogroups in Egypt, which you can't.
Yeah, so first of all, this is just dumb. Haplogroup, first of all, doesn't tell you a person's color. I don't even know why you keep bringing this up. Stop, cynic, stop.
No, just don't claim.
Because you don't know what Black. Stop.
I'm not crashing. You lied.
Stop crashing because you said something.
Yelling over me doesn't mean your point is right.
Stop interrupting.
All right,
you keep interrupting. Right?
Don't
so
lie.
Here's the point. No, you don't know what you're talking about.
I do.
You keep no. You keep because you just. All right, bro. Is that tell what's his name to come up, man? Stop. Stop.
I literally said.
Yo, Sam, what we doing, man? This dude, he's just crashing out, man.
These Hotep states are fucking like.
Yeah.
Anything about Apple?
Yeah, we got. That's why you're coaching. That's why you were inbred. Hold on. That's why you were inbred. Hold on, Cynic. Hold on. That's why you were inbred. That's why your culture is 50% inbred. Your culture is 50% inbred. You come from a 50% culture inbred. You're inbred. Why do you guys fuck your sisters? Why do you fuck your cousins? Why do you fuck your family? You're inbred. You are inbred fucking weirdo. That's why you have this race kink. You got this race kink. You're an inbred fucking supremacist. You need to figure that out. You need to figure out why you're.
Go back and claim fucking Eagle Land.
Fucking inbred.
Hey Sam, can I
go back to Eagle Land?
You're inbred.
I mean, you guys start talking. So I asked ChatGPT, if the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom Egyptians, is their DNA closer to Saudi Arabians, Nilotics, or Congolese? Just to have just 3 different groups. And it says for Old Kingdom, it's closer to Saudi Arabians than it is to Nilotics or Congolese, and then it's closer to Nilotics than it is to Congolese. So that's kind of consistent with the idea that
that's just not true. Why are you using ChatGPT?
Well, I mean, I don't think ChatGPT is like that unreliable in these matters.
It is unreliable. It can't provide you a source on that. But I mean, it's just.
But I'm wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong actually because it seems that I misunderstood what you guys mean when you latestly said they weren't black. So by black, you just mean the color. If you mean the color, like if in the sense that if I go into the desert and I get burned and I become black, so that you consider this black, sure, the ancient Egyptians might have been darker, lighter. Who cares? We're talking about their lineage, not their color.
Oh, gosh, no. Okay, so
we're talking about lineages,
the
not
lineage
color.
is very simple.
They are the same lineages that are living right now.
No,
what the hell their color is irrelevant.
It's different, Omar. It's different. So the founding populations of the kingdoms of Egypt, they were the Nilotic people, right? The so-called Nilotic peoples. The peoples from the Great Lakes region of Africa who traveled up the Nile, and the people coming from the Central Sahara to the Nile Valley. Those three populations, they mixed and they formed in ancient Egypt, and then you get, for like, a couple hundred years or so, and then you get Narmer uniting the two kingdoms, the upper and lower kingdom. Those are the founding populations. The Nilotics were there first, and migrants from other parts of Africa came in. And then you had, small sprinklings of these so-called Levantine or Caucasians.
I understand what you're saying, Uchicha, but here, I'm going to read you a paper. This is from July 2025, so it's very recent. All right, this is just the abstract. Ancient Egyptian society flourished for millennia, reaching its peak during the dynastic period, 3000 BC. However, owing to poor DNA preservation, questions about regional interconnectivity over time have not been addressed because whole genome sequences have not been possible. Here we sequenced a whole genome from adult male Egypt excavated from Nuweirat, radiocarbon to 2855 BCE. He lived a few centuries after the Egyptian unification, bridging the early dynastic and the Old Kingdom periods. The body was interred in a ceramic pot and a rock cut-out tomb, potentially contributing to the DNA preservation. Most of his genome is best represented by North African Neolithic ancestry among available sources at present. 20% of his genetic ancestry can be traced to genomes representing the Eastern Fertile Crescent, including Mesopotamia and surrounding regions. The genetic affinity is similar to the ancestry appearing in Anatolia and the Levant during the Neolithic and Bronze Age. Although more genomes are needed to fully understand the genomic diversity in early Egypt, our results indicate that the contacts between Egypt and the Eastern Fertile Crescent were not limited to objects and imagery, but also encompassed human migration. So all of that is pointing to that they have North African DNA and then a lot of mixture with Mesopotamian and Fertile Crescent regions, rather than being Nilotic.
Okay, so, all right, so this is going to be hard to do. Okay, so when you talk about what you mean by North African DNA, you probably can't tell me. So, that's going to be a problem. So when you talk about so-called North African DNA, there are some reference populations or ancient populations. So the ancient North African DNA. So when you do a DNA test of like a Moroccan, a Tunisian, an Egyptian, you'll get something called like North African and then something called like Eurasian. The North African DNA, that ancient North African DNA component, is also present in Western Africans and Central Africans. Now, when you look at who that ancient North African DNA is related to, it's related to East African hunter-gatherers. These aren't Caucasians. The ancient North African are like San, Hadzabe, like those hunter-gatherers from Eastern and Southern Africa. It's more related to them. Like that's literally where that comes from, the ancient North African DNA. Now, you don't have to believe me, but this is pretty consistent in the literature. So, again, North African doesn't mean Caucasian. It just means ancient East African hunter-gatherer relative. So there's that. Two, we can do the E1B1A shuffle. I mean, look, I don't have a problem saying there were so-called non-blacks in Egypt. I'm just trying to get you to admit that there were black people there because you don't want to believe that. So I gave you Menhotep, I gave you Tai, I gave you King Tut's, I gave you all three of their DNA tests. All of them are 93%. Hold on. All of them are 93% so-called sub-Saharan African. We have the reference populations. They're related to Great Lakes Africans, like I said. Southern Africans, like I said. Ramses III is E1B1A, like I said. Now, the problem is that you're just not going to accept that, because I've given you this data before, and you didn't want to accept it, even though it's published data. You can't find me one pharaoh that they found that's Caucasian, and I'll tell you, there were Caucasian pharaohs.
Who's claiming we were Caucasian? We weren't Caucasian.
No, you are Caucasian, Omar. You are Caucasian. You are Caucasian.
We are the descendants of whomever was living in Egypt since.
You are from the Caucasus
Mountains. Since 9,000.
Brother, okay. You're from the Caucasus Mountains, and you might have a little African ancestry, and it's okay. I don't want Egypt. I'm just telling ancient history. Like, that's the thing. It's like, we're just telling ancient history. Like, you said that this guy wasn't a black African.
What's this guy? Like the
Amenhotep. You said he wasn't black African. Then Mikhail's dumbass said, "Oh, black African means E1B1A," and this guy Amenhotep III has literally E1B1A fucking DNA. So what are we doing now?
No, this is the E1B1A stuff. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, no.
What I said is the colors of the paintings change. So the color is irrelevant. What I said is that his features do not look conclusively African to me. Am I saying that he was definitely not African? I have no fucking idea. Because again, as I said, everybody fucked the Egyptians. I have no problem finding some African people, this fucked that, this pharaoh was African, this pharaoh was Byzantine.
Come on.
As long as you don't convince me that the entire population is descendant from this group or that group, I don't care about special cases. Special cases are irrelevant.
Cynic. You never beat me in any debate in your life.
Let me ask this question.
Hold on. The 78% ancestry, that's supposed to be the North African, whatever. I asked, is this North African? Okay, so there's the 78% North African and 22% Mesopotamian. I said, is this North African? Is it closer to like Levant DNA or is it closer to Nilotic DNA? And it says, short answer, way more related to the Levant and West Eurasians than Nilotics. The Middle Neolithic Morocco genomes have been modeled as a mix of Ibero-Mauritian North African component, and then a Levant Neolithic related component. When people actually fit models of Moroccan and then strongly West Eurasian shifted, clustering with North Africans that already have Levant ancestry, not within like Nilotic groups like the Dinka or the Nuer. So it's definitely not saying that 78% is a good.
I didn't say Nilotic. See, you're not listening. I didn't say Nilotic. I said East African hunter-gatherer.
Well, this is saying that that 78% Moroccan DNA is closer to Levantine DNA than it is to East African DNA. So
yeah, that's not true. I'm saying that's not true.
That's what this paper is saying, man. So, and this is July 2025, man. This is not like old.
Oh boy. Okay. All right.
Yes. The study is just, if you want to look at it and break it apart, it's whole genome ancestry of Old Kingdom Egyptian, and the first author is Adeline Jacobs. So if you want to take it apart, you can tell me what's wrong with it.
Anyway, piece of advice from somebody who lived in Egypt for a long time. Egypt is a cursed place. If you guys take it over, you guys are gonna fuck yourselves.
No, Omar.
Everybody who lived in Egypt got fucked. Okay?
No, Omar, you're confused. Let me explain this very quickly. Like, for the rest of your life, understand when black people are talking about ancient Egypt, we're not saying we're going to take it over. We're not saying, hey, that's where I come from. That's not what we're saying. We're saying one simple thing.
Some of you are.
No, Omar.
I've met them.
No, Omar. This is. Let me give you an example.
Wait.
Oh, gosh. That's why he moved you down. Just relax. Yo, relax. Just relax. Damn.
I'm relaxed.
That's why you didn't. Let me literally in the middle of talking. You just start talking. Blah, 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 blah. Sam, what are we doing, bro? I don't. This dude just.
Yeah. What man? Help him out.
Yeah, it's just gonna keep doing this. Look, Omar. Let me break this down for you, bro. In the same way, when white people claim Greek or Greece, or when white people claim Rome, nobody bats an eye. Everybody agree. Oh yeah, this is it's fine. America. Let's just take America for example. We literally have the bald eagle as our symbol of America because of ancient Rome. This is just nobody has a problem, even though we know damn well Western Europe has nothing to do with ancient Rome, right? But no one has a problem with it. But as soon as a black person says, well, ancient Egypt was black, y'all say, oh, well, you want to be ancient Egypt. No, bro, that's not what people are saying.
No, some of you are. Some of you are saying this is our land and we want to be.
What does black mean?
No, Omar.
I will open rooms and I will bring people and you will meet them and they are saying that and they want that.
No.
Establish some definitions, like what is white, what is what?
God, this guy here, man. Just relax.
Actually have a serious conversation.
No. Just let me have a conversation with the person I'm having it with, without you.
No. You want to have a pseudo conversation?
Oh my God!
I'm telling you,
yo, Sam, what are we talking
about? Best in the
It's just gonna keep doing
like, please, I don't want him because he can refute all my shit.
You're not refuting anything.
Okay, let's just do it.
You're annoying.
Okay,
you're an annoying person.
So out of these premises, which one do you disagree with? Ancient Egypt was not predominant. Let me finish. Ancient Egypt was not predominantly E1B1A. Do you disagree with this?
No, I don't. This dude's dumb.
Do you disagree?
I'm not going to answer because you're dumb.
Yes or no? So yeah, it's no, motherfucker. That's what it is. This is C1B1B and J. That's it. C1B1A. Take your ass back to West Africa. That's what it is. You take your ass back to West. Can be darker than black people, even in America. And we have pictures right now. I can post some pictures. Probably darker.
We got. Hey Sam, let me ask you a question.
Does it mean
we got to sit it. So hey Sam, let me ask you a question.
Does it mean that you can claim?
We got it. Sam, we got to sit it. So
this is all about.
We got it.
ADOS. Let me finish.
No, because you haven't let nobody finish. Just shut the fuck up. So Sam, let me ask you this question. So in the Bible, it calls Egypt the land of Ham. What do you think that meant?
Does it call it that? I thought that was like a later rabbinic Talmud.
No, it's in the Bible.
I don't know. Do you think that we had race concepts at that point?
No. It wasn't so that's why it wasn't race concept, but it was color concepts.
Is that what you think? I mean, didn't they think like? I feel like the way they used to think about things was not in terms of color, but in terms of like patriarchs and their descendants. So you have like the people that are descended from Abraham, the people that are descended from Moab, the people that are descended from fucking Ishmael, and they just take a person and all their descendants is like what a people is for them, rather than like a color.
What color was the Cushite person?
Dark.
Okay, right, exactly. So that answers your question.
What do you mean? Why does that answer my question?
You said, wait, hold on.
I don't believe the Bible, man. I don't think that's a good evidence of anything. So.
Well, no. You don't. So we don't have to agree on the history of the Bible to recognize that it's still thousands of years old, and so certain concepts we can still extract from it. Correct?
Yeah, sure.
You see what I'm saying? So, for example, I don't believe in them. You think I believe in Adam and Eve and all that? I don't believe that stuff either. I'm like, what are we doing? So, but I'm saying that we can still extract what they believed, or what they thought thousands of years ago. That's the only point that I'm making. So when I asked you about what they said, the land of Ham, you was about to go there. What was go ahead and flesh out what you're about to say. What was about to say it.
I mean, I feel like the idea of like Ham being black people and Japheth being white people and whatever the third one is, it's like a later
Shem.
Shem. I don't think that's like a biblical. I don't think that that's. I don't think the Israelites were thinking that way. I think that's like a more late development. Like I think that like rabbis, then Muslims, then Christians.
The copies we have right now are not like 7,000 years old. We're talking about the oldest Old Testament manuscripts are like way after Christ. So who knows who?
That's not true.
What where? So are you claiming that you have?
That's not true.
What's the oldest manuscript of
the Septuagint and the Isaiah scroll? Okay. So you got the Dead Sea Scrolls, and you have the Septuagint.
What is it dated back to?
Before Christ. So the Septuagint is like, I'm trying. Yo, why do you guys do that? I'm trying to answer the question. Like,
it's not long before Christ. It's like a couple of.
No. You said it wasn't. No. So now you're backtracking. The Septuagint is before Christ, bro.
Yeah, by a couple of 100 years.
Yes.
Okay, so who knows what changed in? Or even not that. Even if I grant you that you have one that is 7,000 years old. So
I didn't say 7,000 years old, though.
The person writing it was lying.
Hold on.
I think the Bible as a historical document.
Okay, hold on. Two things. I don't even know where you got 7,000 years from. I said thousands of years ago. That's all. Wait, hold on.
Himself was lying.
Okay. So here's that what you said just doesn't even make any sense. So what you said is around. I'll tell you why. Because all I'm saying is we can extract what thought processes was at the time. Even if you wait, damn. Even if you believe a person was, it doesn't matter because it's still a thought process that was alive at the time. So it doesn't even matter if you think. It doesn't even wait. God damn. It doesn't matter. Because you're going to think that anyway because you're a Muslim, so you don't believe nothing. You think the Bible is corrupt. So I'm definitely not going to take anything you say seriously. Hold on.
You shouldn't. So why are you bringing up the Bible?
Wait.
I will. Anyway, so it's very simple. Let me just talk to somebody that's actually a little bit more rational. Sam, do you at least agree that even if we don't agree with the accuracy of the Bible, we can at least agree we can extract narratives from the Bible? So, for example, we may not agree that the Exodus was real, but we can agree that there was a narrative that was told at the time that they all believed.
Yes, you can learn all sorts of stuff from the Bible. For example, you can learn that they had a concept of a slave because they talk about slaves. So obviously, yeah. But I do want to say that this paper that I just from Nature from July 2025, where it said that they were like 25% Mesopotamian and 78 or 75% like Moroccan. How does that not destroy your worldview? This is an old kingdom mummy. This is not some new kingdom shit. This is old kingdom.
Well, it wasn't a mummy. Well, one, it wasn't a pharaoh. Two, it wasn't a mummy.
Wasn't a pharaoh. Well, you're right. It's not a pharaoh.
Because I gave you two pharaohs.
But how is this not very strong evidence that the people of the Old Kingdom were not like Nilotics or like East Africa, like people around Sudan region? Like,
because it's one DNA.
Because it's one body. But I mean,
No, because wait. Because the argument really I was just making was that there were black people there. You guys put on they were all black. So like I can easily claim the vast majority were black, and I have evidence for that. But that wasn't my claim. You guys are claiming there were no blacks there. And then
no one's gonna think that there's ever a time.
No one claimed there wasn't.
Wait. No one's gonna.
Wait.
I don't think you're gonna find a single time in the single century in the entire history of Egypt where there wasn't a black guy passing through. Come on, like it's
no. Okay, hold on. The argument would be that black people are indigenous to the region. They are, but I gave you Thai because I just like to go with facts. People we know. I gave you two Ankamu. I gave you Thai. I gave you a Menotep. I gave you pictures and DNA of all three. All three black. You can see a Menotep. You can't even deny a Menotep. I don't know why you tried to.
Three pharaohs out of thousands, out of hundreds, were black. Okay, good for you.
Three of some of the most famous ones, and you can't find me one that wasn't black. Wait, I'm sorry. You can't find me one. Wait. Omar, find me a pharaoh that was Caucasian.
I never claimed that Egyptians are Caucasian.
Find me one that's not black. Because I gave you three that were.
I do not think that these type of archaeological anthropological are good ways to find out, because I only care about DNA. Because
I'm talking about DNA. Talking about DNA.
Okay, yeah, the DNA of Egyptian people right now is
Amenhotep is E1B1A.
Okay, so
do you agree?
Them, one.
Amenhotep's autosomal DNA was 93% so-called sub-Saharan African. Great Lakes region, like I said, I told you the populations. Great Lakes, Central Sahara, Nilotic. Combination of all three.
Okay.
I mean, this is consistent.
What about the rest? What about the rest of the pharaohs?
The rest of the pharaohs, we need their DNA. I mean, we got Amenhotep, we got Tai, we got Tutankhamun, we have Akhenaten. Hold on, let me get the list of who we have.
Okay, you know what's a better way of doing this than the way you're doing it? Taking the current people who live in Egypt and doing analysis on it and seeing where the fuck they came from. That is the proper way to do it.
Oh God. Well, okay, so depending on how you do that, you'll just get different answers. But they already did that with these people I named, Amenhotep, all these people. It's pretty.
Taking the DNA of a single person proves zero thing.
Of course. Wait, no. So you agree with me? You agree with me then? So
yeah. You need to take the DNA of Egyptians as a whole right now.
No. What you would need to do, you would need thousands upon thousands of bodies throughout the history.
Okay, when you find that, when we find that,
but nobody can do that. Hold on, brother. Just calm down. Nobody can do that. So what I'm giving you is the best we have. So we have Thuya, Yuya, Akhenaten, Amenhotep III, Tutankhamun, and Ramses III.
Okay,
we have their DNA. These are all known families.
Out of how many?
Wait, but hold on for a second. Hold on. I'm just gonna read you something. The majority of Amarna mummies have strong genetic affinities with populations from the Great Lakes region, Central and Southern Africa, and some have shown affinities with people from the Near East and West Africa.
What does affinities mean?
Like genetic affinities, like meaning relation. It just means relation.
Relation doesn't mean like a descendant. Affinities might mean like mixed.
Well, I didn't say anything about descendant, but okay.
Anyway. I only care about descent.
Only care about descent.
Because I already acknowledged that Egyptians interbred with everybody.
No,
I have no problem with that.
No.
Affinities.
I'm saying that these people are Egyptian. I mean, they would be.
I'm saying that the only proper way to do there are two. To be honest, there are two ways to do that. If you had like tens of thousands of like ancient Egyptian mummies that had preserved DNA somehow, that is way number one, which is highly infeasible, okay? Or you can analyze the DNA of Egyptians living now, which we can do, which we have done.
No, because you can't do that and then extrapolate that to the past. So for instance, I'll tell you why you can't do that. And I'll give you an example in Africa. In Africa, you know about the Bantu expansion, right?
Bantu expansion? No, I have no idea what the hell that is.
Oh my God, and you're African. This is insane. Okay, so the Bantu expansion, they said the Bantu expansion happened in Cameroon. Now, they took DNA from a person they found in a cave, like 5,000 years ago, slightly before when the Bantu expansion supposedly happened. That person was not related at all to the people they claim did the Bantu expansion. It was related to like pygmies. It was really related to pygmies. So you can't just take a current population and then take their DNA because the populations have changed, people have mixed. It's not going to tell you that.
It's going to tell you who are they predominantly descendant from.
No, it won't.
It won't. It will. It absolutely will.
No, it won't.
It absolutely will.
It won't, brother. It's okay, though. It's okay. I just want you to agree that Amenhotep, Tai, and Tutankhamun are all black. Can you agree to that?
I haven't seen the evidence, but even if, I don't care because that's not.
Okay, hold on.
That doesn't hold to the level of evidence that is required in order for you to convince me that the current Egyptians are descendant from whatever. Because I have no idea what word to use anymore. I was using African, but I don't want to use black because I don't think we're not talking about the color. Because if you're talking about the color, I have no idea what the Egyptian color was. But the thing is, the color is not an indicator of lineage because people's colors change. It changes based on environment, based on many other things. So I don't know what color the Egyptians were. I care about descent. Actually, don't even care about that. I only care like as in like that you guys are not convincing me. I think this is irrelevant.
Oh, well, I mean, you've been talking for hours about this, so it can't be that irrelevant.
No, just because it bugs me that okay, so you're saying you're not one of these like insane people who say like Egypt is ours and we want it, right?
Did I ever say that in this conversation? Did you ever?
Yeah, I'm just making sure.
Okay, so like, why would you? I mean, you're not one of those insane people that are like, we need to genocide Black people from Northern Africa, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, yeah, because you know they've been saying that for
hundreds of years. I know.
And you agreed that Muhammad Ali Pasha literally went through Egypt and Sudan to just murder Black people. You agreed to that
under African or under British occupation.
Okay, so Al, remember, I keep talking about populations changing, and he's admitting like a couple hundred years ago they had people committing genocide against Blacks along the Nile, and apparently it's like, oh, we're all the Blacks.
Yeah, but you do understand that that Egypt itself was like basically. The British were holding Egypt as a weapon in their hand and using it to occupy Sudan. It's not like Egyptians woke up one day and decided, yeah, it might be a good idea to go like persecute these Sudanese. No, we were occupied. It's not like it was our decision. Like the Egyptian soldiers going there didn't want to go there. I don't think even the ruler of Egypt himself wanted actually to go. And so I don't know what we're talking. Anyway, so we agree that you guys are not talking about taking over Egypt. So are you like culturally claiming Egypt? Like this is where we are from? Is that it? Hello?
My bad. I don't even know what said it.
So you were saying like in the same way that Americans like claim Roman and Greek descent, like as in.
No, not descent.
This is their culture, right? Like this is their.
No, it's white people, so it's like white culture.
The Romans and the Greek are white today.
That Western Europeans have nothing to do with Rome, correct?
Western European has nothing to do with Rome?
Ancient Rome, yes.
No, I don't agree.
Well, there we go. See, this is what I'm saying. This is the reason why I'm saying, like, look, we're probably just never going to agree. This is why I just think Aaron.
Well, first of all, there's obviously some sort of intermixing. Like, obviously, the Western Europeans, some of them are descendants of Romans. That's just like now, not only Romans, like many others, but
same thing when it comes to Africans. What are you talking about?
Second of all, they are heavily culturally like. Sorry, my alarm went off. They are heavily culturally influenced by Rome. So I don't understand the argument.
Oh, it's very simple. So there's three main things. So even though you apparently don't agree, Western Europeans are not in any way connected to Rome. I guess what you're trying to say is, because they adopted some cultural elements, therefore they're connected?
No, fine. Wait. There was some interbreeding between in that area, and the Romans contributed to that.
Well, bro, this is then. If that's how you don't know that they. That's why I told you about. I asked you about Nectanebo. Wait. That's why I asked you about Nectanebo II, right? What I was actually connected was Sudan, right? And Nectanebo II and his cohort, they went to Sudan. That's where they went, right? Or Nubia specifically, right? That's where they escaped to. So there were tons of Egyptians. By the way, you can Google this. I don't know if you know anything about it.
I believe you. That's fine. Yeah. They escaped and they went to Sudan. They went to Nubia. Now what?
Yes, correct. And so there was a cohort that went there. And the reason why I was asking about that is because if you know anything about Sudan, which I guess you say you don't know anything about it, but the indigenous populations there, right, the dark-skinned people that are practicing indigenous religions, a lot of them converted to Christianity, but there's just still practicing a lot of their indigenous cultures and stuff like that. They're being genocided by Arabs, or wannabe Arabs, and Islam. that same thing happened in Egypt, right? But you actually tried to deny it first, by the way. So, look, man, it's all good, man. The part that we're just going to disagree on, I guess you believe that there is a cultural element that Western Europeans can connect to, but at the same time,
a little bit of genetics.
I don't even know what that means in a little bit of genetics. What does that mean?
Are you saying that 0% of Western Europeans are descendant from Romans?
Well, because I'll tell you what I mean. I don't understand. So you do know, like, all humans come from, like, Sudan, right? Do you know that?
Yeah. All humans come from. Well, that's if you concede evolution, and I don't. But let's play the game that evolution is actually true.
It's a game now. Okay, all right. Yeah, sure. According to science, at least.
All humans, the out of Africa theory. Yeah, I know the out of Africa theory.
Yeah. So I mean, from that aspect, then. Sure.
Yeah, and then even that's your claim because we're all out of Africa. Yeah. Okay.
Well, hold on. That wasn't I was saying that in relationship to what you just said about. I mean, because literally genetically, Western Europeans and Eastern Europeans are completely different. They're not the same, like at all.
Yeah, I agree that they are different groups, but I'm saying that the main claim obviously is culture. Okay. But obviously there was some interbreeding. But that's not why they claim Rome. They claim Rome culturally because it was heavily influential on their culture because the Romans occupied them.
Right. So when a Black American wants to practice Egyptian lore or Egyptology or Egyptian religion, why do you have a problem with that?
I have zero problem with that.
Well, you just sat here and told me that. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. When you claim that Black people in America are, I guess, I don't know, trying to say that they descend from Egypt, that's not what they're saying. So what they're saying is it's a Black culture, and they want to practice a Black culture. That's what they say.
Yeah, I have zero problem with that.
No. So your entire premise. Okay, you said you was going to make a room, and what was your claim about Black people? What Black people do about Egypt?
I never claimed anything. I was replying.
No. You said I'll make a room, and they'll say they come from Egypt or something.
No, I was saying I will get you to meet some people who claim they want to get Egypt, like occupy Egypt or whatever you want to call it.
I mean, but why does that matter? They're Arabs who want to conquer West Africa and Central Africa and East Africa right now.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so what is? Are you afraid of us? Because you guys are the ones trying to conquer.
No, I'm not afraid of anybody. I said come and get it. It's a cursed place. If you get it, you're gonna regret it.
Sure. But Omar, so like you're talking about you come and get the land. Arabs are the ones who want to
all you guys are saying is you want to claim Egyptian heritage as your own and practice pray to Ma'at and pray to
I don't have to claim anything as my own and practice something. I can just practice it because I'm a free person. Regardless.
That's what I'm saying.
Just hold on.
You want to pretend that these ancient Egyptian gods actually exist?
Omar. If I want to do Shintoism, I'll just fucking do it because I have a brain.
Yeah.
I don't need to descend from a Shinto, from Japanese people to do shit. I'll just fucking do it because I don't care. But all I'm saying is, that's a straw man.
I mean, you're saying that African people want to say we are the descendants of the original people who lived in Egypt, and this is our culture, and we're gonna pretend that these imaginary beings exist like Ma'at and these.
It's not all of Africa, man. It's certain groups that I gave you the groups. That's the crazy shit.
I mean, these supposed to be your ancestors.
People like that, I have zero problem with them doing that.
Why are you disrespecting? These are your ancestors. Why are you disrespecting your ancestors?
I didn't know they wasn't, bro.
I'm not disrespecting my ancestors.
They have no concept of ancestor veneration. This is insane.
Yeah, I don't venerate my ancestors. Yeah, my ancestors had.
That's how we know you're not African, because that's fundamentally African.
They had wrong ideas. They believed in fairy tales.
You guys was letting white people come in your country and eat freaking the pharaohs. They was eating mummies.
Okay.
Did This is how you know the Jews was probably African, because Judaism is ancestor veneration.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
It is. That's a fact. Yeah. Look. Omar, this is I'm gonna keep it real. This is another reason why I don't even believe, because just from a cultural stance, you guys have nothing to do with that culture. You guys didn't respect the culture. You guys
I find it impressive.
No. Hold on. I'm saying you guys didn't. If you really want to get down to the nuts and bolts of it, you guys didn't even understand Egyptian culture until white people came. Hold on. White people have to come to your country. No. White people have to come to your country and care about it. They're the ones. Yeah, but if it's your people. So, for example, if I go to China, their history is not lost. If I go to Japan, their history is not lost. Like that. But why was Egypt's history lost? But you're the same people.
Yeah, but you gotta realize something. Even in Ptolemaic Egypt,
Jews, we got Jews in the room. Their history is not lost.
Hold on.
They're all over the place.
Hold on. The Ptolemaic Egypts didn't know anything about Narmer. Okay, so Egyptians have been losing their culture for thousands of years. We are bad at preserving our culture.
Oh my fucking God! Probably the best people at preserving you.
The Ptolemaic people, the people from like the Ptolemies, like Cleopatra, didn't know a lot of like almost none about Narmer and these
because they're not Egyptians. They were Romans and Greeks who came there and mixed.
Yeah, but the Egyptians living there, like the Ptolemies, that was like very recent. Like it was like almost like after Alexander the Great. They like we're talking about like few generations, and the Egyptians.
Jesus Christ, you don't know the history.
The Egyptians had already forgotten about, and it's obviously that you can't forget about a culture in like a few generations. So it's obvious that even the late Usurot, what's Usurot called, like the families, the late dynasties in Egypt, didn't know a lot about the early dynasties.
Yes, that's because of what we're talking about, the population replacements and the migrations. So those people went further south into inner Africa and other parts of Africa. Some stayed, some got killed.
For whatever reason.
Hold on, Omar, because
I believe you.
No, wait. But listen for a second. This is actually important to why the Ptolemies don't know what was going on. Because of do you know who the great reformer was? It was Taharka. Taharka, the Nubian, was known as the guy that was literally going to reform Egypt and literally give them back the history they forgot. That's what he was known for. Coming into Egypt, reuniting everyone, and then giving them back the real history. Now, after those final Kushite dynasties ended, that entire history of record keeping just died in that region. So by the time you get to the Ptolemies, they don't have records of the previous generations, but the Nubians did. The Kushites did.
Okay.
Yeah, because remember of the migrations and the population replacement.
Okay, but I was saying a larger point. Okay. Now, I take George Carlin's view about pride. George Carlin used to have a very nice monologue where he said that national pride is dumb. Okay, saying I'm proud to be an American is dumb. Pride is preserved for things you achieve. Okay, I am happy to be an Egyptian. I'm happy to belong to impressive engineers as an engineer myself who built these impressive buildings. I am not proud of any of that. Pride, national pride, and that is all bullshit. I don't even believe in national pride. Okay, so yeah, am I proud of it? No, I'm not proud. I am happy. I am happy to belong to a culture that is thousands of years old, that had massive, impressive achievement. But I'm not proud. I'm not proud of all of that. I'm only proud of stuff I did myself.
Omar, let me ask this question. If you believe that ancient Egyptians come from the Near East, how come they were more closely culturally related to Africans? And then why did they say they came from the inner parts of Africa? And then also, explain to me why, from a cultural standpoint, whenever they ran or whenever they, let's just say got conquered, for example.
Can we take this one question at a time because
it's actually one. It is one question. The one question comes to the fact that they themselves, there's no evidence of them having a cultural connection with those other areas. Like their cultural connection always came from the inner parts of Africa.
Because they were closer to them geographically?
They were closer to that than the near. What are you talking about? It was right there on the near. What are you talking about?
No, they were very close to Sudan.
It's the same distance.
Yeah, but maybe they were visiting these people more. Maybe they had better commerce with them. I don't know. Obviously they had closer relationships with them.
Yeah, but how if they come from the other areas?
You do realize people back then didn't know about genetics, okay? They have no idea.
I'm not talking about genetics. No. So, for example,
obviously they didn't know where they came from. So they would have no reason to say, we came from the Levant. So
they don't know where they came from?
Of course not.
Oh my gosh. All right.
After thousands of years, even hundreds of years, that piece of information gets lost.
No. Well, so first of all, these are some of the most well-documented people on the planet. But let me just say this for the record. Even if I granted what you just said, my point is there's no time in history where they were more closely culturally related to the Near East than they were other Africans. There's no point in history. 0 point.
Okay, if they came from there many, many thousands of years ago, there would be no reason for them to have any cultural. Let's say they came from there 10,000 years ago. Why would we expect them to have any? That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, but it makes 100% sense.
So are you telling me they came from there 10,000 years ago, and you expect them to 5,000 years ago to still have relationship with them?
No, I'll tell you. So it's very simple. So America, for example, is more closely culturally related to Britain, right? Even though we have a vast difference, right? They're not. We live in 2025, and Americans are not even white America is not even. They're more closely related to the UK than they are the Native Americans that's here. That's because they come from Britain.
Okay, but you're comparing something different.
That was 500 years ago.
Nowadays we have many ways of preserving that stuff.
Oh, all right, bro.
That didn't. You think back then they had computers and they kept records?
No. This is what you call a preponderance of evidence. So I'm saying when you guys say, oh well, they come from the Near East. Okay, well let's just examine the claim. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying if you examine the claim, it just doesn't make any sense. But okay, whatever.
I want to go back to the point of what's the point? What's the point of you proving all of these things? Can you allow me to ask a question?
Can't, because I'm a moderator and I haven't spoken in a while. You just need to accept that they was kangs. They was kangs.
Yeah, I want to get the big point.
That's a racist statement, but
okay. Ancient Egyptians were the word I don't know what to use, from Nilotic or whatever you want to call it. So.
I've answered this question 4 times already. The point is, you guys have erased the history of ancient Egypt, and that's a problem. That was the entire. What do you mean? Why are you in Clubhouse?
I mean, no, I understand. So the whole point is, those people wipe this as an intellectual exercise of proving that happened.
All of this is intellectual. What else are we doing on this Clubhouse?
Well, usually when I debate something, I have a final point, and
that was you said it, yeah.
That is the final point?
That you guys erased the history of the native ancient Egyptians.
Okay.
And what you reflect currently is not what the original inhabitants wanted, were, or reflect.
And then that's I still believe everything I said in the room, but if you had told me that is your final point, like you're not building anything, Olin, I wouldn't even have had this conversation.
What do you mean? That was what do you, I've said this like you know how many times you asked me that question already before. You know that, right?
No, I didn't. I asked a question, but you didn't answer. Or at least I haven't heard it.
To summarize my view, I think that ancient Egyptians were more closely related to Moroccans, Mesopotamians, than to Congolese or Nigerians or Nilotic peoples or Sudanese peoples, and that this is what the DNA evidence suggests, and that nationalists of all stripes want to claim high status groups as being part of their group to feel better about themselves, but this is not a worthy thing to do. What is worthy to do is just care about the truth. You should be no skin off your back what the DNA evidence shows. I don't particularly care. I'm just curious about ancestral DNA because it's an interesting fact. I don't particularly care one way or the other which way the data finds. Ultimately, every one of your ancestors is a dark-skinned person at one point. We all left Africa at some point. You have an ancestor that's dark-skinned. When exactly the transition from them being light-skinned to dark-skinned happened is an interesting scientific question, but shouldn't affect your views of your self-worth or anything like that. It should just be sort of an interesting fact about humanity and how we unfolded. There's been lots of travel through all of human history. You know, people, I'm sure, for much longer than we think, there have been people from sub-Saharan Africa traveling and living in Egypt and going to the Levant and vice versa because they are geographically contiguous. And if giant ground sloths can get from South America to North America, and so then humans can get from fucking Sudan to the Levant. So anyway, that's my basic view on these matters.
Well, that all sounds like cope to deal with the fact that the ancient Egyptians were Ashkenazi Jews like me, and they like bagels and gefilte fish.
Mark, you've been suspiciously silent this whole conversation. Do you have anything you want to add to any of the scientific points or say anything?
Not really. I mean, I think it's probably the consensus of geneticists / archaeogeneticists that there was obviously variation in Egypt. It was a cosmopolitan place. People naturally, traders naturally came all over, or neighboring kingdoms invaded because they wanted the wealth there, etc. Just like anywhere else that was rich and had a high civilization. But if you took a random Egyptian, sampled randomly between the year 3000 BC and like 0 BC, they would be a lot more genetically similar to a modern day Egyptian than they would to anyone in, say, West Africa.
This is weird. What is so weird, man?
The argument wouldn't be West Africa, so
they're strange people.
So the argument wouldn't be West Africa. Sure. It would more so be like the Nile Valley. So like, I don't know why you guys keep talking about West Africa.
Because they're weird, man.
Yeah, like the focus on West Africa is interesting.
The focus on West Africa is basically to say black people stop doing that. That's what it is.
Because there are black people all over Africa.
Okay, well, there's no focus from me on West Africa. I just offhandedly mentioned it once, and then immediately, when you pointed it out, said the same thing also applies to the area around Sudan and the various countries that comprise what might have once been called Nubia. But I only mentioned West Africa because I encounter, especially on this app, a lot of West Africans, i.e. American descendants of slavery, who think of Egypt as theirs in some special.
Told you.
So, I mean, for them, it would have to be some special connection with West Africa. If you agree with, if you want to discard West Africa and only go, look at, Sudan or South Sudan or whatever, or other neighboring countries besides Egypt, then I would say the same thing about them.
Let me just say this for the record. When I hear people like Mark say that, it reminds me of when the Hebrew Israelites say, well, you're not really Jews, you guys are Jewish. It's like the same exact thing. It's like, when they say that, reasonable people know that's just like crazy bullshit, right? Just like when Mark says that, what he just said is, it's bullshit, but you sound just like those same people. I'm going to tell you. So I've said this a million times, but you guys refuse to accept it. Black Americans are simply saying Egypt was black. We're not saying our direct ancestors come from Egypt. That's not the claim. You say that because you want to cope with the idea of your racist mindset, which is you don't believe ancient Egypt was or Rome was white. It's the exact same context. Okay?
Okay, there are many, many differences, one of which is that the first thing I said after Sam asked me to opine on the subject 2 minutes ago is that there's a range of variation of skin colors of Egyptians, and that a lot of people from all over the Mediterranean and neighboring parts of Africa would have come to trade or to conquer. So the very first thing I said is that there were, was that or implied that there were going to be, quote unquote, very dark-skinned people in Egypt throughout its history. The point that I made is just that they did not represent the average.
Right. So 2 things. So you're just wrong. I mean, I'm going to tell you another reason why this is just cope. So first of all, I was addressing your specific claim about you saying you encountered Black Americans saying they come from Egypt. So I was addressing that specific claim because you guys, again, that's just cope. That's not the claim. Number 2,
some of them claim.
Wait, no, stop saying this. Neither one of you guys are Black American. You can't tell me about what Black Americans.
No, I can bring
No, stop.
I can bring you examples.
I don't need you to because I know you. I do this all the time with you guys. You guys.
I can bring them to the room.
I don't need you to because it's a lie. I know it's a lie.
I can bring them to the room.
Omar, you don't know what you're talking about. Ping them right now.
Okay.
Then ping them. Be quiet and ping them. Just be quiet and ping them. So the second thing is this. Let me say this for the record, right? Notice how I said is, hey, well, it was a trading post, so it was mixed. Well, so was Greece, so was Rome, so was Persia. But you don't say the same exact things about them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is how white people, man, justify their own racism. It's funny when I hear this coming from Jews because Jews get mad at Hebrew Israelites for claiming that Jews were black and that you guys are not descendants of these people. You guys get angry at that. You're mad. You guys want to silence them. You guys want to make up these, hey, we need to lock these guys up. They're a hate group. But when you guys do the exact same thing, it's just totally fine. You guys are just doing history. No, it's bullshit. At the end of the day, we've heard time and time again, people like Sam want to disambiguate Africa from Egypt. You heard it yourselves. Well, that's not what he really means. He just means they're not really from Africa. It's like, what are we fucking doing? If you guys are going to make that claim, you know what? Fuck it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to claim that Rome and Greece was a Egyptian vassal states. Because if it wasn't for Egypt, there would be no Rome and there would be no fucking Greece. They got all of their fucking historian.
No one thinks that Rome looks like white, blonde-haired fucking Norwegians. They think that they're Italians. They think they look like Italians. Now, there was sometimes the Germanic people would. Rome conquered the world and fucked lots of people, so there's going to be lots of DNA from other people. And then there's people that sacked Rome that were Germanics. Like, Brennus or whatever. So there was sometimes when you'd have Germanic peoples come in and rape and pillage in Rome, but no, people think they are Italian-ish. And with Persia, they're also a multi-ethnic empire, but mostly we think they are Iranic peoples. So yes, there's intermixing. When you have an empire, there's intermixing, but then, there is a sort of primary stock for whom the empire is built out of. You can talk about that, you fucking goofball.
Not only that, Sam, but there is a lineage to be traced, right? We have the archaeological and kind of historical evidence to support that there's a continuous line between all these things, right? So whenever I hear arguments like this, the only thing I hear is generational trauma, right? It's like, okay, we built the pyramids, we was kings, and then you're like, okay, but why haven't you built anything after? Oh, well, it's because, the cover-up, it's a conspiracy, it's all racism. And then you're like, okay, what's your evidence for that then? What about this? So it's like, Yeah, sure. Even if there was black people, what would be the benefit of it? They are in no shape connected to you. So why is it important for you to have that statement? Why is it important that is factually correct? Because
why do you guys keep talking about personal ancestry? This is just a matter of correcting historical facts. So I don't have to be related to someone to say Commodore Matthew Perry went to Japan. But it seems like in these arguments, you guys want to make it like a personal history thing. It's just no. Like for instance, they said the Greeks built Great Zimbabwe. So if I correct that, do I have to be from Zimbabwe to correct that? I'm confused.
No.
Right. Well, no. So if the answer is no, then don't bring up ancestry.
Yeah, but why? But
that's a straw man. Because you're not dealing with the argument. You're straw.
Yeah, but the argument is based on an impetus from you that it is absolutely paramount that we need to establish that it was in fact black people. Why? What is the motivation behind that? Why is that?
Okay, so Alex, you might have just gotten here, but they said there weren't black people. I just provided evidence to the contrary.
No, I don't know what to tell you. It was black, and I said that I'm not convinced that it's black. I didn't come in the room and say, I think Egypt is not black.
You said, first you said there were no black people.
I said there is no black people.
Then I showed clear evidence you're just wrong on that.
I never said there was no black people. There are black people here now.
I mean, it's been recorded.
The room is recorded. I didn't say there is no black people. The room is recorded.
Okay, Omar. I mean, it was recorded. Okay. Anyway.
Also, plus you guys are even if I believe you that what you claim that you are only interested in correcting a wrong fact. Actually, that would be like people are saying much worse unfactual things, such as that the Earth is flat and all that other dumb conspiracies. Are you going around correcting them on that, or are you just doing that?
I believe I debate flat earthers like a lot.
Okay,
Jamal.
Okay,
I debate them a lot.
So you guys are a minority, at least maybe because you guys are English speaking, but I have met at least 20 English speaking American black people who are claiming Egypt for themselves, not just correcting the facts. So you guys are a minority among
black people. Omar, I promise you, black people are not going to come to Egypt and take it over.
Man, I don't care if you take it over. I don't even live there.
Omar. Arabs are the ones going all across Africa trying to conquer land. We're not doing that. We don't really care about Egypt. We just want to correct the historical record. We don't actually give a fuck.
No, don't say we. Say
it's
I.
a desert.
Say
no,
I.
I'm saying we. No, Omar, because I'm telling you, if we cared, we'd be launching armies into Egypt. We don't do that. You guys are the ones, right, who have Al-Qaeda and ISIS trying to take over half of West Africa.
What are you talking about? What armies?
ISIS? Al-Qaeda?
No. You said we will launch armies. What armies?
Okay, so I'll explain it again. I said, Omar, if we really wanted Egypt, we would send armies.
Which armies?
Like any other group of people.
Which armies?
An army from anywhere. Like, what are you talking about?
Guys, stop talking about armies and shit.
Like, which armies?
Talk about armies and shit. So, Mark posted a 2017 study where they took bodies from I don't know exactly when. It's I think 1300 BC, around that region. Actually, it's 1300 to 500, 300 BC to 500 CE mummies, and they did not show sub-Saharan African DNA in them. And there's a whole bunch of different mummies. And then my paper from 2025 took someone from 3000 BC that also didn't show sub-Saharan or Nilotic DNA, and showed, West Eurasian, Mesopotamia, the Levant, Morocco DNA. And I think these two papers alone kind of just are dispositive that Egyptians are not primarily, East African Nilotic. Now, if you have
I'm familiar with
If you want to post other studies on DNA, if you want to post other studies that show that there is substantial Nilotic DNA or East African DNA in Egyptians, please post it, and I'll take a look at it.
I mean, I already did. You've seen it before. You denied it every time.
Is it the Tishkoff paper that you posted before I posted mine?
What'd you say?
Are you referring to the Tishkoff paper that you posted in chat a few minutes ago?
No, not that. I'm familiar with your paper. I mean, if you read Soy Keita's commentary on the paper, it's pretty clear. This is from the Roman period. They looked at one nome out of 42. The authors, even at the end, say that you shouldn't use it's weird because in their conclusion they say this isn't actually representative of ancient Egypt, especially considering the time period and the cemetery they got the mummies from. They had Greek and Roman inscriptions in front of them. These weren't even native Egyptians. And the authors acknowledged that, but I guess the title and like the hoopla over it sort of superseded that. But if you just simply go to the new UNESCO volume of general African history, it's here. Just pull it up.
Okay, while you're doing that, this paper is not just drawing samples from the Roman period. It's a period of 1,300 years of ancient Egyptian history. It says from the New Kingdom to the Roman period. And that's actually important for the paper because it tries to extrapolate it tries to extrapolate changes to population structure based on
sex chromosomes. Yeah, I know.
Well, I mean, mostly it's uniparental, but there are a few autosomal samples. But the point is that what it finds is that as you go back in time, the amount of sub-Saharan looking uniparental DNA goes down and not up, and that seems pretty telling. And it can only do that if it's drawing from samples over a very vast time span, not just one small compressed time span.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do this one last time, because I actually got to go to sleep. So I'll just give you the sources you guys can read, learn a lot of new things. What's going on in the studies of Africa? So UNESCO General History of Africa just published in October of this year.
That's not a scientific source.
UNESCO General History of Africa?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. So I'm just gonna go to the book and then we'll just go from there.
Usually findings like these are published in papers in scientific journals, not in books.
I mean, it's published data, but it's compiled in a book.
It's non-peer reviewed book. It's a non-peer reviewed book.
Okay, but do you understand the whole process of the UNESCO African history discourse?
It's not peer reviewed.
No, literally everything is peer reviewed. These are researchers in archaeology. Like, Egypt is just like a footnote. Like, it's not even really focused on Egypt. It's just, and then they critique each other and they make sure everything works out. But if you're talking about African history, UNESCO is an authoritative source. So if you don't know that, that's fine. But
no, I know it is not.
No, hold on. Omar,
it's not.
Omar. The UNESCO volume of African history is an academic source. It is. So just stop.
Yeah, I posted my paper that I think is really good on the top of the top of the page. If you want to just peruse it at your leisure. Also, someone said you did an impression of me. Can I hear your impression of me? Because that sounds really funny.
An impression of you?
Yeah, Kitty said that you did an impression of me. Did she lie?
She might be talking about somebody else.
She's fucking. All right. Why are you lying, Kitty? All right.
Might have forgot. Somebody else.
Kitty, why
give you a compliment. Sam does the best impressions ever, but when you got pissy at Sam, you did an impression of Sam that was like, dude, spot on. It was hilarious.
So if you go to page 730, oh, you're good. There you go. Yeah, so if you go to page 731 of the UNESCO document, they get into the article that you're quoting, Mark, but I'll just read some of it because I actually need to go to sleep. It's like 5 o'clock. 151 mummies from Abu Sir el-Melik in northern Egypt, dating from the end of the New Kingdom to the late period, with the exception of Nubian dynasties, was conducted by a team led by Krauss, Schumann et al. To 2017. The exact study you're quoting, so just remember, I'm very familiar with a lot of this stuff. 90 of these mummies were used to determine maternal lineages, and 3 with dates estimated at 769 to 560 BCE, 97 BCE to 5 CE, and 776 to 569 BCE had their entire genome sequence. The authors concluded the ancient Egyptians originated in the Near East, and the modern Egyptians had a recent African contribution linked to the trans-Saharan slave trade. These data seem to contradict the analysis of the Amarna mummies discussed above. However, there are numerous biases in their interpretation from the following perspectives. Statistical non-representative sample size. Only 3 complete genomes and only 1 genetic marker, mitochondrial DNA, analyzed for 90 individuals from a single location, and creation of 3 virtual population groups based solely on mitochondrial DNA, pre, post, and Ptolemaic. Chronological. Mummy data from the 2 periods, late New Kingdom, late period, excluding 10 Egyptian periods spanning more than 3,000 years. See timeline figure 1. Historical. No information on the origin of the tombs, nor any mention that ancient northern Egypt had been home to Asian colonies since pre-dynastic times. And they quote Trisad Medant Reigns 2011, as well as to prisoners of war. Diplomatic marriages with Asian kingdoms such as Mitanni and Hittite, and Asian domination. Geographical. The authors claim to have used samples from Middle Egypt outside Abu Sir el-Melik in northern Egypt. Yet there were 42 administrative regions stretching from north to south, and cultural differences between the south and north of Egypt have been known since pre-dynastic times. Yet this did not prevent the authors from using a biased sample of mummies, sample size of 3 from a single location, n equals 1, remember, 1 location out of 42, and generalizing it to the whole of Egypt. In addition, the authors do not mention the origin of the sample with the paternal haplotype E1B1B1, nor the fact that it is very widespread in present-day East Africa. Similarly, many samples on this site have mitochondrial haplotypes found in Africa today, such as haplogroup L3, haplogroup M1A1I, dating back to 391 to 260 BCE, 1200 to 1100 BCE, well before the arrival of Islam and the trans-Saharan slave trade in Egypt. Moreover, though the African roots of the haplogroup prior to the trans-Saharan slave trade in Egypt have been confirmed, they are hardly discussed in this article. And then they keep going on and on and on, but that's not a good study to quote.
Okay, well, first of all, this guy is not, I looked this guy up, he's not a population geneticist. He's a biochemist, but he doesn't have any kind of special expertise. And as I suspected, this is not a peer-reviewed journal. This is essentially just his opinion. But beyond that, I don't think his criticisms are very impressive. First of all, while it's true that, many, while the mitochondrial haplotypes, or haplogroups, are present at some frequency in sub-Saharan Africa, just as they are basically in every other part of the world. The point is that it's very surprising that we get the specific frequencies that we get of our ancient samples, if they were, primarily quote-unquote Black African, i.e. sub-Saharan in origin. The n equals 3 for the autosomal DNA claim is also not very impressive, because when you're sampling from, when you're taking the autosomal DNA from a single sample, you're not just sampling from that particular guy who died, you're also sampling from all of his, dozens or hundreds of ancestors as well. It's very surprising that, if you selected 3, if ancient Egypt were heavily, quote unquote, sub-Saharan genetically, it'd be very surprising if you took 3 random people from ancient Egypt and none of them had, more than a tiny amount of visible sub-Saharan African DNA.
representative samples of populations that live there. So, like, for instance, if I go to Montgomery, Alabama, and I come back 2,000 years later, like, you know, if we go 2,000 years in the future, someone takes a DNA test of someone in Montgomery, Alabama, more than likely that person will come up to be so-called African American or Black. Likewise, if I go to Idaho and I do a DNA sample, that person might come out to be white. And likewise, if I go to like the middle of Los Angeles or like a border town in Texas, that person could likely come out to have significant indigenous ancestry. So absolutely, where you take the samples does matter, especially if you're claiming that for the entire population spanning 6, 7, 8,000 years, this is how the population was. That's not representative. So that's just flawed logic.
The ancient world was much, much, much more geographically homogeneous than the modern world was in most, although not strictly speaking, all cases. So the fact that, you know, this methodology with this sample size would be less reliable in the modern world where people can, you know, take airplanes or whatever and go anywhere. Says nothing about the ancient world where movement was difficult and perilous and expensive and completely pointless. So if we went back to China, say 2,000 years ago, and we found that we took, say, 3 random samples and all of them showed, say, you know, heavy sub-Saharan African ancestry or heavy Australian Aboriginal ancestry, that would be massively surprising, even though it would be less surprising if we could find some modern day people living in China who have sub-Saharan African or Australian Aboriginal ancestry.
No, I mean, again, that's not an argument that would support having a sample size of 3, especially if you're trying to extrapolate it for thousands of years. Like, it's just not going to be representative. And
of course it is.
And Mark, hold on. And in your article, literally, the same authors you're quoting said it's not representative of ancient Egypt. It's not. It's not representative of the entire history of Egypt. It's only representative of that time period they're quoting.
Okay, but I mean...
Wait, no. Do you agree that the authors concede that in the article you're citing? Because, I mean, they say that.
Let me check it out. But the point is that...
Okay.
Well, okay, so do you understand that I can't talk and like, look up the phraseology of this article at the same time?
I mean, but, like, this is stuff you should sort of know if you're going to quote some of these articles. Well, because the methodology is very important.
Okay, well, I mean, I think there's a lot of stuff that neither of us know. For example, you didn't appear to know that the author of your UNESCO chapter was not, you know, a geneticist or population geneticist. And you didn't seem to understand.
Wait. I didn't say anything about him being a population geneticist or a geneticist.
Okay, great. So then we shouldn't trust his analysis as authoritative in any sense.
Wait, hold on. Just hold on for a second. Hold on.
You're the one who interrupted me, by the way.
Okay, because, I mean, now, I'm going into methodology, and you're going into, like, sort of like ad hominem, or even with, like, what I would call...
Just let Morgan point then.
Okay, well, it's not ad hominem, or at least not in the vicious sense. Like, ad hominem means attacking a person in a way that's completely orthogonal to, you know, the truth of what they're saying. But if I'm saying this person who's doing an analysis, whom you're appealing to as a kind of expert, is not in fact an expert, that is a completely valid form of ad hominem. Like if I said, you know, my Uncle Jimbo looked at, you know, this, you know, the study from the UNESCO chapter, and he said it was wrong and silly. And you asked, what does Uncle Jimbo do? And I said, you know, he works at McDonald's. Like, he would not be very impressed by that. So expertise matters. Neither of us are experts. And the people who actually are experts in this field are more like my sources rather than your sources.
Well, no, we actually don't know. Well, for one, we don't know that. Two, you don't, I mean, to me, this is actually, I'm surprised you would make this claim. You know, you don't need a degree in genetics to do population genetics. Like, population genetics is more statistics than anything, and majority of these people aren't statisticians. They're usually biologists, anthropologists, biochemists, because they're usually trying to interpret, like, how the genes are changing over time, and they usually have, like, a statistician do the mathematics part.
Okay, population genetics.
Wait, hold on. Wait. No, I'm not done, brother. I'm not done.
Well, neither was I.
You stopped. Okay, go ahead.
I stopped because you interrupted me again. But I agree that population genetics is a very broad interdisciplinary field. And if you look at the average population genetics paper, it's going to have input from biochemists, geneticists, archaeologists, etc. But I don't think this guy has the field of population genetics or archaeogenetics, etc. Although, strictly speaking, I do think that geneticist is in fact a specialty in its own right, and the majority of people you find publishing population genetics papers will be in fact specialists in population genetics. But again, I agree that it's not strict. I'm not saying that anyone who isn't a specialist geneticist, much less archaeogeneticist, is automatically wrong about everything or can't contribute anything at all. Of course, I don't believe that. It's just that by default, we shouldn't trust such non-experts as authoritative in any sense, especially if they're not publishing in places that are obviously peer-reviewed by people who are authoritative experts. Like
That's great.
Which is the foremost scientific journal probably in the entire world.
Yeah. So, Mark, this is why I'm saying you're getting into fallacies like authority fallacies and just honestly just sort of not knowing what's going on. So you can look at his Google Scholar. I'm surprised I have to do this because we don't typically do this for any other scholar, but because this man is black, we have to do and go into his credentials, which sucks, which honestly sucks. I mean, this man's done a lot. So let's just go to his Google Scholar.
I'm on his academia.edu page at all. The fact that you think that I'm only saying this because he's black is just a product of your own.
No, I'm being tongue in cheek. Don't worry.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it if you didn't mean that, because I don't care about his race. I do care about the content of his publications, which are not.
All he does, brother. All he does is publish about genetics, DNA, and evolutionary biology. Literally, this is his field. Population genetics is simply just statistical analysis, usually of the rate of change of genes. That's all. It's just principal component analysis. It's not fucking rocket science. Everyone uses PCA. Engineers use PCA. Everyone uses PCA. PCA is just eigenvalue fucking manipulation on an eigenvector. You just take all the data and you smush it to one common eigenvector. That's it. It's not this woo-woo shit you're talking about. It's very simple. No. So this guy, Jean-Philippe Gourdin, his papers are about the Monarch Initiative, an integrative data and analytic platform connecting phenotypes to genotypes across species. Another one, microbial glion microarrays define features of host microbial interactions.
Population genetics.
Dude, the first one is literally about connecting phenotypes to genotypes. So when you say it's not population genetics, really you're saying this person isn't a statistician, because I'm telling you, the people you're claiming to be so-called population geneticists, they don't do the fucking statistics. They have a math person. They have a math person do the statistics.
No,
and they have they typically, hold on. They typically have a math person do the statistics, and they have the biologist or the chemist or the bioanthropologist do or interpret the things concerning DNA itself.
That's that. They're handling samples, actually, performing the physical procedures in order to get the data, which then they hand over to the mathematicians. The point is, I don't see this guy doing that. He's doing other things, which are, very tangentially related in that they have something to do with microbiology, biochemistry, and something to do with DNA. Not everything.
Genotypes and phenotypes. That's what he does.
Okay, crystal structure of codekine at 3.1a resolution, not population genetics. Representing glycophenotype, semantic unification, and glycobiology resources for disease discovery, not population genetics. Encoding clinical data with the human phenotype ontology for computational differential diagnosis. That that does have the word phenotype in it, but I don't think it's going to be, I'm not sure it's going to be comparing populations.
I mean,
I'll look at that right after I finish talking. Let's see. Additional
I
file
just read
one
his
significantly.
stuff. It's phenotype, genotype, Mark. You don't, like,
Okay.
brother.
Looking at
You're not even getting into the data because you want to sort of just go into his credentials. So, like, for instance,
which is a totally valid thing to do. If credentials means does he publish relevant articles in peer-reviewed papers like the article by Nature?
Yeah, he does. Like, it's you don't like.
That has yet to be determined. Innate electives kill bacteria expressing blood group building molecular glycophenotype ontology to decipher underdiagnosed diseases. Phage display antibody against kill proteins of the tropical clam. Like, none of these are clearly not population genetics papers. They're like, they're biochemistry papers.
Hold on, because I'm about to prove my point right now. All right.
Characteristics of undiagnosed diseases network applicants, implications for referring providers. The undiagnosed disease network, accelerating discovery about health and disease. Expanding the molecular glycophenotype ontology to include model organisms and acquired diseases.
Okay, hold on. So, this is why I say you're being a fraud with this. So, like, the first person, literally the first person in the article you gave, her research is genetics, biochemistry, and molecular biology. That's what her research is. Her degrees.
That's
her degrees. What are her degrees in? What are your degrees in?
I told you that population genetics is an interdisciplinary field, and you're going to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, Sam's gone. Daniel.
So the guy I'm quoting is
he gave you one. Thank God. Okay, I'm going to mute you if you keep interrupting me, and in return, I will refrain from interrupting you. And if you do, remind me that I said this, and I'll shut up. Okay. What I said was that population genetics is an interdisciplinary field. You're going to have people publishing from a bunch of different corners, some of which are statistical, some of which are anthropological, some of which are biochemical, yada, yada, yada. That's all fine. The point is to find if someone is an expert in population genetics. Usually you want to know if they're publishing population genetics articles in peer-reviewed papers along with other population geneticists. That's the case for the authors of this paper. It's clearly, I could go through them one by one, but I don't think it's necessary. And it's published in Nature of all places, which is like the best journal there is. So I'm not disqualifying him because he's a biochemist. I'm disqualifying him because he doesn't seem to have credentials. He hasn't applied his biochemical credentials to population genetics.
He has, Mark. You just don't recognize it because one, you're just Googling and you don't even know some of the researchers you're citing. So, like, again, like I said, the person you're citing, Verna J. Schumann, or I don't know how to pronounce her German name, whatever. Like, most of her research is on things like, what's it called? Complete mitochondrial genomes of ancient canids, a draft genome of Urencia pestis, the rise and fall of this. Like, most of her stuff is literally just on bacteria. She has a couple articles on humans, but most of it is on like animals and bacteria and their genes. She's a biochemist. That's it. She's a biochemist, a bioanthropologist. No different than the guy I'm quoting, but you're trying to find a hole in it. Because, like I said, population genetics is just an amalgam of genetics and statistics. So, for instance, she doesn't do statistical analysis. She is the biochemist. But that is the lead author in the paper, and you're attributing her to the field of population genetics on like a nebulous whim. Like, to me, it's sort of asinine. She is not a population geneticist in the way you're talking about. She is a person they go to when they need to figure out what's going on with genes, not with population statistics. That's the difference. Okay. So, likewise, the guy I'm quoting is that kind of guy. So you can't refute him or try to downplay his credentials while you're literally the article you posted, the lead author. That's all she does. She's a biochemist. She's not a population geneticist. She's a biochemist. That's it.
Okay, first of all, she is a population geneticist. There is such a thing as population genetics of non-human species.
She's not.
But even if, okay, remember that interrupting thing?
You're just lying. She's the professor of archaeological sciences.
You can tell me that I'm lying when I'm finished.
Mark,
how about
she's
that?
the professor of archaeological sciences.
Because you're too stupid and annoying.
You have never heard of this person until...
Okay, she's a population
geneticist. I'm going to go, but you've never heard of this person until...
The Anglo-Saxon migration and the formation of the English gene pool. The Anglo-Saxon
population geneticist.
I'm reading you the title of one of her population genetics papers on humans, the Anglo-Saxon migration.
She's not a population geneticist.
Okay, you have like 80 IQ, so I can't talk to you.
Well, it's above yours.
Can I ask a dumb question? Can you
but I'm going
like
to go.
God help me if it's above mine, for sure.
You got cooked. She's not a population geneticist.
Well, there's an old rule.
I got cooked in the sense that you successfully banged your fists on the table.
There's an old rule I learned from my literature professor, which I took issue when he gave it because it sounded inane, to explain scholarly value. And he said that it was due to citations. Meaning, if this work is referenced by other works, then it rises in value. It always seems silly to me because that seems like just like a club that's just confirming everybody likes it. But yeah, in terms of scholar, right, it seems what we're looking for is someone that A, has communicated a particular platform, B, has submitted it to critical review of peers that are well poised to disprove the claims and issue counterclaims, and that it is even adopted by those peers. That's the citation. Once it is cited, accepted as true, that's when we start to gain confidence in its findings. So, if you wanted to do like a measure, see if anyone cites to this person or if they're a crank, just publishing letters out of their basement.
Mark, what was the thing that he started being like, you're lying about, but you didn't get to make the point? I was kind of curious what point you were trying to make.
She was claiming, so
they're debating expertise.
He took the ancient Egypt, the first listed author, I don't think is the lead author of, even though he described it as such, of the ancient Egypt paper that we talked about from Nature, and was claiming that she wasn't a population geneticist, thus establishing parity with his source. But of course, she is a population geneticist. He thinks that population genetics is only about humans, which is wrong, whereas most of her research in population genetics is about wolves and dogs. But then I went on to point out, in addition to that elementary mistake about, the focus of population genetics as a field, she has published work in human population genetics, specifically about detecting Anglo-Saxon migrations in the English gene pool.
And hey, Mark, unless it's the last article in the chat, is there any way that you could, just for reference, could you repost it in there so that I could look at it too?
It should be the one that I posted. Like, I think I've only made one comment. So you just scroll up for where
okay, cool.
My paper in the journal Nature, which is I guess nature.com. You'll find it. Yeah, nature.com/article/.
Yes, I see it now. Thank you.
And Kitty, I also posted a paper on the DNA of ancient Egyptians on the top of the chat, or top of the page, the pin.
So are we saying that the Copts aren't the Egyptians, it's really the Moroccans?
Seems like it.
Well, I thought the Copts have the oldest indigenous Egyptian culture before Christians came in.
Mostly joshing about it. Like, modern day Moroccans are different from like the ancestral Moroccan population that existed a long time ago. And it's just basically
But like, is there an old Moroccan vestige of Egyptian sovereignty?
I don't know. I actually, when it said that it had like 75, in my paper, when it said like 75% North African Moroccan and 25% Mesopotamian, I didn't even know what that Moroccan, like, what they're even talking about. and I still don't fully understand what it means. I think it's just
You're saying what a Moroccan genetic marker is?
I guess I just don't even know
what it's pointing to.
Yeah, exactly what it's pointing to. Yeah, it's probably just pointing to like broadly North Africa.
Right, like is it West Africa? Is it Southern Europe? Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there was just lots of people moving along the coast in North Africa. Like,
I don't know, big desert over there. You could probably with like anthropology. See, much more interesting to me than the genetic markers would be migratory patterns. If we could track that.
Yeah.
Where exactly were the people at what era, and where were they going? Could we get like a calculus of movement? I mean, that would be far more valuable than like genetic statistical variances amongst the phenotypes.
They are starting to be able to do that, and the way they do it is they just track when different populations admixed as a good proxy of.
Right, that's the real tool of the genetics. It helps us map the chronology.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of a fun way they test like the recentness of the admixture is like, okay, so you and your wife have a kid, and your DNA, it's gonna be, when you shuffle the deck of cards once, it's not perfectly shuffled. You got to keep shuffling it, and the more you shuffle it, the more it gets like, all red cards and all black. I'm not doing a good analogy. Anyway, you can see how shuffled the DNA is, and you can use that as a measure for like how long have they been mixing for. Like the earlier mixings have less shuffling than later ones.
Within like a closed community, you mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you can like see when there's like an appendix, a branch of people just inbreeding for a while within whatever small group, and then you can see drips and drams and changes. And when that happens on the genetic chronology with the genome, yeah.
And basically, you can just see when did they show up. Did they show up a long time ago, or did they show up recently, based on how shuffled it is up?
You're right. That's the problem. Genetics is amazing. Good science, great science, very useful for our understanding of ourselves and our origins. People just can't help but take it the wrong way.
I mean, we got this like magical. We have like this life magic inside of us that like you can use and you can like make people with it. And,
right.
Like people might kind of freak out about that. Like,
the special clay. It's like, oh crap, and like there's writing on it. It's telling our whole history and future. So then everyone, like just naturally, all the normal human mechanisms come in. I'm campaigning. It's foretelling my future.
That's kind of weird. Is like with artificial wombs, like pretty soon you'll just be able to throw an egg and some jizz inside of like a fucking like tube, and then just like out grows my baby's grown. Like I grew a baby. I took some magic sauce and some other magic sauce, and baby.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's possible North Korea is trying to harvest better humans in like a lab because they have such like totalitarian control of their region and they don't give a shit about Western ethics?
That's possible, but they're so poor and incompetent that like I just wouldn't trust them.
Poor and incompetent with nuclear weapons. They're not that poor. They're not that incompetent. I'm just saying, like, I look at like the potential for big scientific advancements of like what's the barriers to entry, and I include within that like moral apprehensions, societal needs, and cooperation. But like, if you're stuck on an island and you have top scientists and you also have a bunch of population that will only know and understand what you tell them to, why would you not be experimenting with your own people? I guess you'd have to ask what their ethics are. Like, why wouldn't they?
It's deeply bizarre.
Famous gods and robots and stuff instead of humans. But hey, based on what Sam was just saying, though, that at least the article that Marcus has, it says a span of over 13. I mean, like that's. I would think that's got 1,300 year time span examined. So I think that the credibility behind Marcus's article, I guess, just what I'm seeing. It seems more legit than what that other dude was saying, but I mean, I
probably is.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm trying to say the better evaluation of an expert, which is the question. Like he's saying, my guy publishes all the time. The better evaluation is whether or not other experts in the related field respect this expert and make use of his work.
In fact, I think in like a regular basic, undergrad.
In China, they have different norms about ethics and stuff, and I do wonder what kind of CRISPR they're doing in China.
Because they could. And they have so many people.
Do you know that there's already cloning going on when they have like elite horses? That they already clone them to make.
They obviously do clone. All I'm saying is China right now has an industrial powerhouse and is also in the midst of a demographic crisis. That's all of the justification they need, and the lack of Western influence and totalitarian control to experiment on making the perfect citizens. No?
Can we just clone John von Neumann a bunch of times? Can we clone I don't know? We probably have Marilyn Monroe's DNA.
Sam, this is China. Whatever you want, you give me the IP, they'll make it for you.
I do like the idea of made in China being tattooed on the back of your neck if you get made this way.
That's good. In the DNA, a tiny little extra around. What? This human was made in China. Oh, shit.
Listen, I don't mind my Chinese von Neumann. I think he's just as good.
I'm just saying, the general premise of it, it's really more a question of when the mores of humanity are interested or not in genetic tinkering of human beings. And the Holocaust, maybe got people taboo for a while, but that's 100 years. You got people born after that and grandchildren that could benefit from certain select humans being under their control, just like usual.
Yeah. I mean, it's way less creepy if you're not hurting anyone. The problem with the Holocaust is the murder. Not, whenever people are what's wrong with fascism? Is it the vegetarianism? Is it that he had one ball? Is it that he talked about genes a lot? Is it that he... No, it's the murder, guys. It's the murder.
Right.
Sam, do you read Richard Hanani at all?
Yeah.
Did you see his recent post that mentioned Hitler's weird sexual development? The new results about that?
I didn't read the article, but his tweet was really funny. Where it was this is a big win for those Freudian types.
Yeah. True. He didn't devote a whole post to it, but I think he talked about it in a little more depth in one of his. I'd have to check. It might have been one of his subscribers only posts.
So what were the findings of that? So did Hitler really have some sort of weird sexual deficiency or
he had a micropenis? They proved it.
They didn't find. I think it was only looking at genetics, but he had some genetic marker closely associated with some weird, almost intersex syndrome with that seems to be correlated with very underdeveloped or unusually developed sexual features in men. I don't remember exactly what.
He was angry at the transgender community that was providing solutions to his life's problems. It's a cautionary tale of lack of access to medical treatment for transgenders. But the fact that they bring out that Hitler has a micropenis 100 years after he kills himself in a bunker, it kind of indicates the level of propaganda at play, right? Everyone always wants to go make fun of a guy that has some kind of deformity. But the fact that they're picking on a dead dictator from 100 years ago is a persistent attempt to delegitimate those claims regardless of who might be interested in them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a low blow, I think. You know what I mean?
Right. We're not trying to research George Washington's sexual history with his slaves, which we probably could, because we don't want to disgrace the man. Hitler there's a vested interest in history disgracing him forever.
Yeah, like he could be the next Hitler, you know, if we discredit him enough. Like, I do enjoy reading about the lives of various famous people, the sex lives of various famous people, like how Sartre was like him and Simone de Beauvoir were like seducing their 17-year-old students, and he was like a really ugly guy. He felt bad about it. And you got like Foucault saying that like all he's ever wanted to do is just like seduce beautiful boys, and that like his whole life has been an attempt to do that. You got like
it'd be fun if you charted like a moral indignation map of different philosophers, and then you measured that against their philosophies and how acceptable they were to the people, right? Like you say to someone, do you agree with these and these actions? They say like, no, yes, no, yes, no. Do you agree with these and these philosophies? No, yes, no, yes, no, yes. And then just see how well it correlates. My suspicion is that it would.
So I found it's a nice thing about like who's the worst person in history that did the most good, and who's the best person in history that did the most bad. You know?
Oh, you looked up the guy that invented the crop thing?
Well, no, that's just the best guy in history.
Is it?
Yes, but the
wouldn't like his teacher be better?
Maybe.
Or his dad? Right, meaning the origins of that guy are what you're going to praise.
The guy who I have for like worst guy who did the most good was probably the guy who first unified China, like Emperor Qin Huang or whatever his name is. Like
that's like a big question. Did he do good? Did he do better than if it wasn't? I don't know.
He was a real dirtbag. He like killed lots of scholars and killed lots of people making the Great Wall.
Yeah, before the Khans took over, right? The Great Wall created like a bulge where instead of them sacking the Asian towns, they moved west.
Oh, I see.
Or in Europe. Yeah, like all these things have effects.
That's true. I don't know if it's proven whether the Xiongnu or the Huns. I think it's one of those things where people think it's true, but we aren't sure. I think it's at that level.
What, the Huns?
Yeah, so there's the people in China that were attacking the Chinese called the Xiongnu. And then people have assumed that the Xiongnu went west and then became the Huns. But there isn't. I don't know if the matter has been settled yet. It's just one of.
I don't know if they were there. I mean, like there were always nomads over there. That was a big like weird Wild West area, the steppes.
Yeah. And then
it was written about in the Bible. There are a whole bunch of prophecies about those folks.
And then like best people who did the most harm. I remember there was some controversy about like the DDT stuff. That like Rachel Carson was really famous for like getting DDT banned, but that like although that was good in some parts of the world, in other parts of the world it just like caused lots of malaria deaths. I don't know.
Oh right, that whole environmentalist thing. Yeah, that's similar to I was talking with the other guy about we could be using nuclear weapons for interstellar travel with that trick of like riding off the shockwaves of nuclear weapons, but we stopped because everyone was too afraid we'd use nuclear weapons on each other. Right? The proper use of a nuclear weapon would be interstellar propulsion, but because it's illegal to test nuclear weapons above ground, any investigation into the potential of interstellar travel is halted. You know, and like that's how it happens. Like we hit some progress and insight, and then we kill ourselves and don't use the insight for a while. So, you know, whether or not we're doing a right turn or a wrong turn with controlling the environment in DDT, which was, I think mostly was like a scare, an environmentalist scare. Like, we do have to tend to the environment, but it's a question as to what the real effects are. You know, it's a crazy ship. It needs constant maintenance. That being said, off the chakras. Have a good morning. Bye.
for worst person who did good versus best person who did bad. Ivan the Terrible did. No, actually, Vlad the Impaler did good for like stopping Ottoman invasions, or Ivan the Terrible with Mongol stuff. They're both pretty terrible people. Yo, Marcus, you there? Mark or Mark? Is anyone in the room right now? Am I shouting into a void? Get on your phone.